A Second Chance Christmas. The Christmas Mountain, Clean Romance Series. Book 2. By Melinda Curtis. Second edition. Copyright 2019 by Melinda Curtis. Chapter 1. As a kid from the wrong side of the Tennessee tracks transplanted to Montana, I had a dream about how my life would go. And it went something like this. Get a really cool job that pays a lot of money, wear designer clothes, fall in love with a really handsome, wealthy man, have a wedding that Barbie would envy, and live without ever having to eat another slice of Spam. Ever. At 26, none of that had happened. Oh, I had a kind of cool job as a political strategist, which mostly involved writing speeches for political candidates and incumbents for one of the most successful agencies in Washington, D.C. But I was an underpaid cubicle slave, a speechwriter who had 6 degrees of separation between me and whatever candidate my company was hired to help elect. I was ready for more pay, more responsibility, more of a social life. And I could use a little less spam, the meat, not the virus-laden email. Sadly, living in Washington, D.C., this basement dweller was still on a spam budget, shopping at Goodwill, which had killer deals on used designer duds, the only way to buy, and working long hours with guys even my mother wouldn't date, and she had a low bar. I was all for getting behind a candidate and transforming the world one vote at a time, but something had to change. I needed bigger and better opportunities. I was tired of waiting. It seemed as if I'd been waiting all my life. My mama had always told me to be patient. Wait for the right guy, Lexi, Mama used to say while watching Jeopardy and waiting for the right guy to find her. Last time I called, she was still waiting. My mentor at Columbia University in New York City had always told me to be patient. Ms. Townsend, you aren't going to graduate and run a campaign for a presidential candidate in the same year. Enjoy the journey. Professor Zimbra could afford to enjoy his journey now that he was at the end of the trail and looking at a pot of retirement gold as a consultant and seminar host. Even my standoffish boss at Dunlop Bennett and Associates always told me to be patient. You'll get your chance, Lex, John Bennett had said kindly just last week. We all see what a hard worker you are. And there was the problem. Who cared if I was a hard worker? Everyone at D-Band A was hardworking. They were so hardworking, they couldn't put the last syllable on my first name. From the day I'd walked through the glass doors at D-Band A, I'd been Lex, a nickname I resented. I suppose if my dyed black hair ever fell out, I'd make a great Lex Luthor, supervillain. It was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and the cubicle dweller across from me, Darcy Lipowitz, my arch rival for assignments and promotions, was eating a slice of pumpkin pie. I should have been thinking about something new for Junior Senator Paul Radner to say to his constituents at a town hall in Cleveland next week. Instead, I was shading in a scribble on a notepad half tucked in a folder on my desk and humming along to the chorus of White Christmas as it drifted back from the lobby. Lexi Townsend, Senior Vice President, soon-to-be partner. I considered making all the dots over the I's hearts, but rejected the idea as too immature. Senior vice presidents might not take the time to dot the I's at all. Lex. John appeared at the corner of my gray, waist-high cubicle wall. He wasn't quite average height, wasn't quite average in the looks department, and had been shorted on the easygoing personality, as well. I slapped my folder closed and smiled like Lexi Townsend, loyal drone to D-Band A. What's up? My boss handed me a small stack of mail without quite meeting my gaze. Are you up for a challenge? Of course. I nearly leapt out of my seat to hug him. I'd been selected to move up in the world. I cast Darcy the friendliest of glances, with only a hint of a triumphant smile. Behind our boss back, Darcy rolled her fake eyelash-trimmed eyes and finished off her pie. John gave a little chuckle. Emphasis on little. You know how Cyrus is always on the lookout for up-and-comers. Not a question. Along with John, Cyrus Dunlop was a founder of D-Band A and our A-list scout. Scouting was our bread and butter, funded by national parties. We caught the little fish, small-town politicians, and hooked them on their swim upstream, to more powerful offices. He found you one. I nodded, wanting to stand like an equal, but in my high-heeled boots, Saint Laurent, a goodwill score, I'd be taller than John. A definite no-no when your boss was height-challenged. I remained seated. I know it's the holidays, but this guy has deep pockets and he's running for office on the lowest rung in your old stomping ground. John smiled as if he'd taught every politician we represented how to turn on the juice. Of course, I thought of you. Old stomping grounds. My breath caught. You need me to go to New York. I'm there. I spoke so fast, a little of my Tennessee twang leaked out, giving my words extra syllables, such that I'm there came out as I'm there. I was too excited to care that I'd slipped. I began a mental flip through my contacts file, searching for anyone I could mooch couch space from. If I could land a little fish and guide his career, mine would be made as well. No. Not New York. John chuckled again. Not New York. Your hometown. Tullahoma. Tennessee. No. Christmas Mountain. My chair bucked like a bronco coming out of a rodeo chute. I gripped the handles and steadied myself. John didn't seem to notice my distress. This guy has everything going for him. Well-educated. Good-looking. Clean record. His great-grandparents were immigrants and made their fortune in the newspaper business. No. Not him. Not him. I made a silent vow to volunteer to ring the Salvation Army bell for donations outside my local grocery store every night for a week, in the snow, in a blizzard, barefoot, if only John wouldn't say. Kevin O'Malley. John grinned broadly. His middle-aged lines emanated from his eyes like the face-framing fans of those little carnivorous dinosaurs in the Jurassic Park movies. He's perfect, right? My mouth went dry and I had to swallow twice just to lie and say, right. Kevin O'Malley wasn't perfect. Oh, everyone thought he was. But he was the boy in high school who'd ruined my reputation freshman year. One dance with him and I'd gone from a nobody to an easy body in the eyes of the student body. Hatred for Kevin collected in the back of my throat like the bitter crest of vomit. It might take a miracle to get him elected. I don't believe in miracles. I believe in you. He did the whole finger gun thing, aiming at me. This guy's gonna take you places, John predicted, walking away. We set up a meeting with his team for Friday. Darcy took inventory of my expression, smiled like the Cheshire Cat and disappeared after John, looking for cream. I slid down in my chair until only the crook of my neck kept me from falling to the floor. Kevin O'Malley was the man I was supposed to hitch my career wagon to. I had nothing but bad will for the guy. And that was putting it mildly. I'd daydreamed about Kevin being run over by a bus, getting lost in a snowstorm and freezing to death, being eaten by a pack of feral chickens. Perhaps I should point out that I'd also dreamed of him crawling back to me and professing his undying love, mature, right? Now, I don't own a gun and have never been in a cat fight. Heck, I want world peace. It was just, I also wanted a world without Kevin O'Malley in it. He'd grown up with a silver teething ring and since earning his degree at Duke, he'd been golfing professionally, but somehow always missed the cut for the PGA Tour with the elite golfers. His performance had been almost mediocre this year, sad and yet completely satisfying. It was pathetic that I always checked his golf scores. But hey, I had an excuse. Keeping up with sports was one way for a woman to ensure she always had conversation when working in a man's world. It had nothing to do with our shared past. I stared at the high ceiling, not seeing the single strand of cobweb or the texture near the light fixture that looked like Mr. Magoo's face. Instead, I saw Kevin's handsome teenage mug drawing closer, felt his breath waft over my cheek and his lips pressed gently to mine. I made a sound much like Arnold Schwarzenegger did when a villain stabbed him unexpectedly on screen. Arugo AHR. I slapped a hand over my mouth, eyes darting to and fro to see if anyone had witnessed my meltdown. But no one was in the sea of cubicles this late before the holiday. Kevin O'Malley drove me crazy. If I took this assignment, everyone would know the man was my kryptonite. And the key to surviving in politics was to hide your weakness as long as possible. There was no hiding in Christmas Mountain. The Montana town was too small. I stared at my computer screen and the screensaver of the White House blanketed in snow. Chief of Staff. I blew out a breath. I'd never get more than a tour of the White House arranged by my congressman now. The envelopes John delivered beckoned. I could postpone planning a trip home on the hopes of better news in the Daily Mail. A surprise inheritance from a long-lost uncle. An offer of marriage from a Saudi prince. Heck, I'd welcome a chance to win $1 million from Publishers Clearinghouse. The top envelope had been sliced open neatly. It contained a signed faxed contract from Kevin. His signature was as big and bold as his personality. I dropped it to the farthest corner of my desk. The second envelope was a promotional piece, an invitation to a conference on political strategy at Columbia chaired by Professor Zimbra. I tossed it in the trash, hoping my career wouldn't soon follow. And the final envelope. I recognized the carefully printed letters before it registered who'd penned the note: Miss Melody King, Christmas Mountain's choir teacher and one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. I hadn't heard from her in years. I quickly ripped into the letter. Dear Lexi, I've been thinking about you and your wonderful friends of late. That's what old people do, you know. We think about the past, wishing we could relive the good times and somehow react differently to the bad. I stopped reading and checked the postmark on Ms. King's letter. It was dated before Kevin had signed his contract. If it had been after, I'd suspect her of prepping me for working with Kevin. She knew the truth about the night he'd humiliated me, and it would be just like her to voice her support. The past tried to wrap me in its chilly embrace, but I shrugged it off and returned to the letter. Things have changed here in Christmas Mountain, but you know better than anyone that change can happen in a blink or at a snail's pace. I don't like change. God's truth. Ms. King wanted everything just the way it had been, from the white gardenias blooming in her garden every spring to the peppermint pie she made every Christmas. I need to talk to you. In person. Please come to Christmas Mountain before Christmas. I'm ill, you see. And although I don't want to be maudlin, I may not have much time left. My body went lost in a snowstorm cold. Come see me, Lexi. I always believed in you, my dear. And now, I need someone to believe in me. Sincerely. Miss Melody King. Her letter drifted out of my hands. I hadn't planned on going home for Thanksgiving. And I'd bought Mama a plane ticket to come visit me at Christmas. I'd avoided going back to Christmas Mountain for 8 years because people there believed the worst of me. But Ms. King needed me. I glanced at the White House on my screensaver once more. Maybe this was a sign that I was meant to face my past. Maybe this was a sign that I needed to be patient a little bit longer. Welcome to Christmas Mountain. Population 8001. I read the sign out loud as I drove into town mid-afternoon on Thanksgiving Day. Christmas Mountain was a small town, smaller than ever. Mama had mentioned that people were moving away and things weren't the way they used to be. Did Kevin want to save it? Or was he looking for a way into higher-level politics, as Cyrus seemed to think? Main Street was typical of small towns built 100 or so years ago. That's when a small group of people had decided to settle here on Christmas. They'd whimsically named the mountain Christmas Mountain, the 60-foot waterfall Christmas Falls and the river Christmas River. The buildings were made of brick, the shops tall and narrow. Garland and lights were hung from street lamps and store fronts, prepared for Black Friday shoppers at the. I slowed to read the shop signs. There was an antique store, a florist, a knitting shop and a bookstore. Not exactly a shopper's paradise, nor had it been 8 years ago. I made a left turn by the courthouse, passing the town square and the diner with the path to the falls behind it. There was a pine tree on the square. Its branches swayed in the wind. Used to be, folks in town came together to decorate it and celebrate the beginning of the season with a lighting ceremony. Who knew if that was still a thing? Across the river, down a narrow lane, and I was home. Townsend Manor. I got out, tucking my cell phone in my back pocket. The front porch sagged and was in need of a coat of white paint. The sky blue paneling was dingy and in need of a good power wash. The roof shingles buckled and looked as if a strong storm might lift a few off. Mama came out on the porch to greet me. Unlike the tree in the town square, her shoulder-length bleached blonde hair didn't give an inch to the wind. She wore red satin pumps, a thin green sweater over a push-up bra, and Christmas red lipstick. She was dressed for company, just not mine. Puddin'. She ran down the stairs, spread out her arms, and hugged me tight. I reciprocated. Maisie Townsend was a hot mess, but she was my mama and I loved her. For a moment, I was 7 again, oblivious to the class lines that separated the kids in town, certain that I'd never leave or want to leave Mama or Christmas Mountain. Positive that my southern-tinged accent was something to be proud of in my new hometown. Child, my mother released me and tried to brush my dark locks into submission. If you're gonna dye your hair black and look like the daughter of Satan, the least thing you could do is get yourself a can of Aqua Net. A familiar argument. I grinned. You can always get me a can for Christmas. I'll do better than that. I'll give you one out of my private stock. Mama stored Aqua Net like doomsday preppers stored cans of Spam. She looped her hand in the crook of my arm and hurried up the walk, smiling with spillover dimples. Leave your bags for later. Come on inside and I'll get you something to eat. I had Tommy Lee Perkins over for dinner this afternoon, but that man eats like a bird. Mama, Tommy Lee Perkins was a mooch. Not exactly a man Mama dated, not exactly not. With effort, I stopped myself from falling back into the language of the South and rephrased. I'm going to be working with the O'Malleys. I told you on the phone. The only way I can stay with you is if you take a hiatus from, how to put this politely, entertaining friends. Mama was a bartender at Tinsel and Tonic downtown. She was known for her ability to make a good mixed drink and she'd been known to bring home a man she'd met during her shift. She threw parties and prided herself on having a good time, refusing to have regrets. In fact, she'd never told me who my father was. For all I knew, Pop was moonshine-making Tommy Lee Perkins. What a depressing thought. Nuff said. Now Kevin. Kevin could trace his lineage back to the Mayflower. You can't object to Tommy Lee coming over. Mama's feet slowed as we walked up the porch stairs. Mama. Why did I have to be the parent in our relationship? My career and I need you to behave this holiday season. Behave? She reached the top step, turned, grabbed my hands, and shimmied backward toward the front door with a generous hip sway. Chicka-boom, 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 boom, boom. Mama smiled as if she'd just won $100 on a lottery ticket, which to her was a fortune. I always behave, Puddin'. Just not always the way you'd like. Rock, meet hard place. I was certain I'd been given this assignment because I could stay in the area on the cheap. I didn't want word to get to my stuffy boss that I was cheap by association with the only family I had. If you cared so much about me, Mama said with the slyness of a fox sneaking into a hen coop, you wouldn't abandon me for 9 months at a time. I see you on holidays. Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. She waggled her finger, gray eyes flashing. And you don't tell me what you do in between times. I work. And I will not walk in that door unless you promise me. My cell phone rang in the back pocket of my jeans. I freed one hand, tugged it out and froze. I'd programmed the numbers I'd need here in my contacts, along with an icon for Kevin, but I hadn't called him. The display showed the image of a devil. Chapter 2. There was a big flat rock at the bend in Christmas River on the south end of town. On hot summer days, teens jumped off Flat Rock into the deep water. On hot summer nights, the town's youth congregated on Flat Rock, hanging their legs off the edge and sucking down water, pop, energy drinks, and the occasional beer stolen from a parent's fridge. 12 unlucky years ago, Flat Rock was Kevin O'Malley's equivalent of Lover's Lane. Flat Rock was where Kevin had found me the summer after my 8th grade graduation. I'd been lurking in the trees uphill, watching the high school senior boys swim. He'd been the last one of his friends to leave, standing on Flat Rock and staring down river as if he'd wanted to jump in and float away. Like what you see. He'd turned toward me suddenly, flashing that bad boy smile that rumor had it could melt the elastic off a girl's panties. Being somewhat used to bad boys hanging around our house and having been raised by a woman with chutzpah to spare, I'd stood, put my fist on my hip and attitude into my reply. Yes, I do. Kevin's smile faded. He considered me in silence for a moment. How old are you, little girl? Little girl? I scoffed. My nose couldn't have gone any higher in the air. I'm gonna be a freshman this year. Kevin's brown eyes narrowed even as his smile widened, the wolf sensing a naive sheep. Old enough for a kiss then. Pfft, I turned on unsteady legs, tossing over my shoulder, in your dreams. He hadn't allowed me the last word. Better watch out, little girl. That's a challenge I won't let pass. It might have been my imagination, but it felt as if my pink cotton panties sagged. Present-day me hitched up my blue jeans. I shouldn't have agreed to meet Kevin here with all its memories. This assignment had disaster written all over it. My mama hadn't raised no quitter. Call it stubbornness. Call it stupidity. Call it my Achilles heel. I didn't walk away from a challenge. And the challenge was going to be keeping a firm hold on any Kevin-induced insanity. I stepped onto Flat Rock in the late afternoon light, thrusting my hands in the pockets of my black leather jacket, Michael Kors, another DC Goodwill score, and kicked at a pebble with the toe of my black leather boots. Lex. I turned and put on my most practiced smile, the one that said I was happy to see the guy who'd implied to the school that he'd slept with me when he hadn't. Kevin O'Malley hadn't changed. He was still too hot for his own good. Tall, fit, not a beer pooch on him, more's the pity. Thick dark hair that was almost black. Deep brown eyes that were almost black. A leather jacket and a soul that were definitely as black as midnight. He smiled at my perusal. Oh, that smile. It was all wrong. That smile said he'd done something wicked and wasn't about to apologize for it. It wasn't the smile of a politician, at least not one who got elected. Stop smiling. Best begin as I meant to go on. If I was in it, I was in it to win it, without remorse as to what having Kevin O'Malley as the mayor of Christmas Mountain would do to the town. His lips flatlined. If only his heart did as well. When he kept breathing, I had no choice but to explain. You're smiling all wrong. You need to look as if you're trustworthy. Which was impossible. I didn't come here to argue. Kevin raised his hands in the universal sign of surrender. Can we start with some pleasantries? He pointed to my feet. Nice boots. Pleasantries. I wobbled in my beloved heels, not buying his act for a minute. I'm here on business. The business of getting you elected mayor of this thriving metropolis. He smirked in that wicked way of his. I always did like your sense of humor. My heart fluttered, not immune to flattery, even his. But Kevin needed to know I wasn't the naive girl he'd once kissed. Kissed more than once. What happened to Mayor Tackett? The sleepy-eyed old man who'd been mayor as long as I could remember. A gust of wind raced down the river, heading south, trying to take me and my hair with it. Mayor Tackett got appointed judge on the county circuit. Kevin held out a hand to me. Come away from the edge. I'm afraid you might fall in. I wasn't falling for his faux good manners. Not this time. I kept my hands in my pockets and walked past him, nose in the air. This was my moment. Kevin O'Malley needed me. I could walk away. A shrill voice in my head urged me to shove Kevin to the ground, plant my heel in his chest, and tell him he wasn't good enough to polish my boots, much less earn the vote of the fine taxpayers of Christmas Mountain. Thankfully, somewhere along the line I'd learned that following the advice of shrill voices in my head or otherwise wasn't wise. I could swallow my pride and do the dirty work required to take a step up the ladder at D-Band Day. And I could do it with command and grace. As I passed, Kevin slid a hand down the leather arm of my jacket. It was 50 degrees outside, and yet suddenly it felt as hot as the 4th of July. Or an Indian summer day in September. "You're too old for me," I told Kevin as we sat dangling our feet over flat rock. It was late September. We'd taken to running into each other accidentally on purpose at the bend in the river before dinner. In the mountains, it took a long time for the sun to set and the heat of an Indian summer to dissipate. Dusk lasted forever. Or so it seemed, since that's when we lingered on the edge of whatever we were heading toward. Too old. "When I'm 30, you'll be 26. He sat with his thigh touching mine, but leaned back, his hands behind him. "That doesn't seem weird." "And you have a reputation," I said as if he hadn't spoken. He was rumored to be a hard-drinking, fast-driving heartbreaker. A guy who dated a college girl at least 3 years older than he was. Everybody has a reputation. You're one of Ms. King's girls. You travel in packs. He leaned closer, pressing a kiss to the shoulder of my threadbare cotton blouse. We hadn't kissed yet, not properly. "You're part of the pack except when you're with me." I didn't have to look at Kevin to know he was grinning. It was there in his voice. He stole my breath. And I knew if I wasn't careful, he'd steal something else. Being raised by a single mother, I didn't want Mama's life, an unmarried, uneducated single mom struggling to make ends meet. Which meant I had to bluff my way through those few precious minutes when the beautiful creature that was Kevin O'Malley deigned to spend time with me. I had to pretend I didn't care if he walked away from me, when inside I was scared to death some other girl would catch his eye. "You'll be leaving for college next year," I said. He'd be a college athlete. A golfer, not a quarterback, but all kinds of girls his age would be throwing themselves at his feet. "I could leave my heart here with you." Kevin's words were as smooth as Mama's homemade pumpkin pie. His hand tempted as it slid around my waist, as his other hand closed the loop around me. "How about a trade? My heart in exchange for a kiss." My heart practically leapt out of my chest singing the Glory Hallelujah chorus. But I was still having trouble breathing and couldn't manage a word. His grin made angels consider a new type of heaven. "You do want to kiss me, don't you, Lex?" Lex. Kevin had been the only one to call me that until I got to D-Band Day. And it seemed as if a presidential proclamation would be needed to make him stop. "Lex." 30-year-old Kevin sighed deeply. "I know the truth. I'm not electable." Despite having spent the past 24 hours thinking the same thing, my hackles went up. That's my call to make. It wasn't just his future on the line. "Okay. I'm not electable without your help." Kevin shook his head, not smiling. "Do you know what the town thinks of me?" "Please." I resisted rolling my eyes, because I knew exactly what the town thought of the two of us. "You're one of the town's favorite sons." And according to gossip, I was the hussy who tried to hitch her wagon to his gravy train. Again with the head shake. This time, Kevin crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm the spoiled favorite son. Not good for much other than rounding out a foursome on the golf course or killing time over a beer at the bar." The ground beneath my feet was unsteady and shifting. In my reality, Kevin O'Malley never admitted a weakness. But then, in my reality, no one shared a secret without an agenda. I narrowed my eyes. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to know what you're getting into." There was a shine in Kevin's eyes and a softness to his voice reminiscent of those fall nights when he'd stolen kisses from me on Flat Rock. "Why are you running?" My question came out sounding like a bedroom whisper. My past was getting in the way of my future. I repeated the question, louder. Why are you running? And O'Malley has sat on the town council or been mayor for more than 100 years. He spoke like he was doing a bad impersonation of a radio public service announcer. Dad doesn't want to break that tradition. Your dad's retiring. Shocking. Brian O'Malley had death in office written on every hard line on his broad face. Kevin's gaze drifted down river. This close, I could see the dark stubble on his chin. I could remember the feel of it against the crook of my neck. I could hear the frustration in Kevin's voice when he talked about his father and what he'd done to their family. Not that he'd shared much in the way of details, because Kevin wasn't one for chit-chat. Dad isn't retiring. Kevin's gaze returned to me. Anger burned in his eyes. He's running for mayor. Goosebumps pebbled my flesh. He's your competition. 12 years ago, Kevin had cautioned me to fear Brian, explaining his need to keep our relationship a secret as the only way to protect me. After Kevin broke my heart, I'd wondered if it was true. It wasn't like Kevin showed signs of physical abuse or was disciplined more than other kids. Nevertheless, the few times I'd run into his father, I'd been intimidated. Brian O'Malley was the master of the sneering put-down. Dad thought he'd run unopposed given this is a last-minute, special election, Kevin said absently, staring down river once more. I'm going to make Christmas Mountain my permanent home. I couldn't let him be mayor, not without a fight. Stop the press. I held up a hand. You decided to run after your dad did. Kevin nodded. And Harriet Miller. Miss Miller. The school attendance secretary. She must be in her 70s by now. She's not exactly a dynamo. Miss Miller walked slow. She talked slow. She'd issued hall passes at a snail's pace. Regardless, 3 candidates. That'll split the vote. He shrugged, his gaze sweeping the rock beneath our feet. I don't want my father to win. Why? What wasn't he telling me? I leaned closer, studying his expression. There were lines at the corners of his mouth and none at his eyes. He may have smiled at me at first, but it didn't seem as if he'd been smiling a lot at anyone else since I'd seen him last. A small voice in my head whispered, "Fix it. Fix him. I know you don't want to help me get elected." Kevin's gaze lifted to mine. It was years gone by tender. You have every right to walk away. He was giving me a verbal pass to quit, but his eyes were saying something else. The wind and my emotions cocooned me in a place where I couldn't go forward and couldn't fall back. I was trapped between the gut-wrenching betrayal of the past and the heart-melting longing of Flat Rock. Without waiting for an answer, Kevin headed up the trail, shoulders bent, and seemingly not from the cold. For the first time since he'd shattered my reputation, I looked at Kevin with something other than loathing. The face of Miss Melody King's house was as unexpected as Kevin's visage had been. Even in the gathering darkness, I could see the white paneling was discolored, the grass long overdue for a mowing. Her shrubs hadn't been cut back for winter. Her yard wasn't lit up by cheerful holiday lights, like those strung across the eaves of other houses on Church Street. This was Christmas Mountain, after all. And Thanksgiving was like preseason football to Christmas. The sooner you started, the better prepared you'd be for the Super Bowl. Ms. King was usually prepared, the first one on her block to cast a net of lights over her bushes and wrap her porch in garland and sparkle. Not this year. I clutched the plastic handle of the bag filled with a care package of leftovers Mama had put together. She'd shaken her head when I'd asked her about Miss King, refusing to enlighten me. In a town as small as Christmas Mountain, Mama had to know more about Miss King than I'd gleaned from the letter. But she remained mum. In her missive, Miss King had referenced an illness, but until that moment, I hadn't followed the progression of what her illness meant. But here was the proof that made me do so. This was the home of a woman who could no longer uphold her personal standards, which had always been high. This was the home of a woman who might be dying. My steps faltered on the walk. The biting wind whipped more than my hair. The wind whipped me, lashing at my shoulders, until my upper torso wanted to curl in on itself. The fixer in me, the nurturer I was at heart, began to smooth out imperfections, noting what needed to be done. Call a gardener. Call a handyman. Call a decorator. One last thought came reluctantly: call a caregiver. Because if this was what it looked like on the outside. I shivered. And then straightened my shoulders. Speculation wouldn't get me anywhere. The leftovers banged against my leg as I climbed the steps to the front porch. My feet dragged, as if I was climbing the church steps to pay my last respects at Miss Melody King's funeral. As I climbed, I was taken back in time. Miss Melody King had been the cool teacher everyone loved. She'd been stylish. Now that I'd been to New York, I knew she could have walked into any room in that city and fit in. She didn't have the big hair so often associated with women who'd been in their prime in the 80s. She didn't need high heels to shop for groceries. But she had a presence about her that was magnetic. It had made me gravitate toward her in the 6th grade, along with a handful of other girls. I was at that age where my body was changing and my ego was fragile. Being anything less than perfect embarrassed me. And there was so much about my life that wasn't ideal. My mother, my house, the second-hand clothes I wore. I saved up all my babysitting money to buy the best shoes I could at the thrift store in nearby Falcon Creek, if only because Mama always said the right shoes drew attention away from the rest of you. I was an innocent back then, trusting of anyone who showed me a kindness. And I'd trusted Miss King when she'd put me in a small choir with 6 other girls, who went on to perform in the Christmas extravaganza every year. We had nothing in common really, other than Miss King. She was the one who saw the potential in 7 girls and brought us together. She was the one who gave us friendship bracelets, hoping to bind us together, as if we'd need each other in good times and bad. But it was only me on the porch tonight. There was no Joker, Ash, no studious Hermione Granger, Emma, no outdoorsy teen, Faith, no sweet uptown girl, Morgan, no introvert, Joy, and no beauty queen, Carol. It was only me knocking, and for a moment, I felt cold and adrift, as if I didn't have a place being here. And then Miss King opened the door, spilling light into my eyes, blurring my vision. "Come in, my dear." Her voice sounded the same. Warm, modulated, solid. She wasn't sick. She couldn't be dying. And then she took a small, too quick step back, opening the door wider and resting on the knob as if it was a cane. My eyes adjusted to the soft light behind her, while the years piled on my former mentor. Wrinkles around her eyes. Short silver hair that flew about her head from static, as if she'd forgotten to apply hairspray. Makeup as faded as her red cardigan sweater. I set the leftover bag inside the foyer and wrapped my arms around her. She hugged me with a body that seemed too frail. "Happy Thanksgiving, my dear." "Happy Thanksgiving, Miss King." I squeezed her tight, the way I had my mother earlier. "I've missed you." Remorse pressed my lips together. I hadn't missed her enough to do more than send a Christmas card. I suppose I wasn't the best of friends. I worked 24/7. I had few people I kept in touch with, and then only sporadically. I was on social media, but didn't post, afraid I'd put something on my wall that was either politically incorrect, too personal, or would provide someone like Darcy with ammunition to ruin my career. "I've missed you, too." Miss King held onto my arm as she drew me inside, leaning on me for balance. Her hand wasn't its normal small thin size. It was swollen, as was her face. "Please. Call me Melody. I'm no longer your teacher." Melody. The name felt beautiful, yet foreign, on my tongue. I'd struggle through using her first now, but I knew she was indelibly marked in my mind as Miss King. There was a walker in the corner with a neatly folded pink afghan on its handle. She didn't have a tree. The mantel was bare of holiday decorations. There was dust on a coffee table and cobwebs linking the ends of the knitting needles in her basket near the fireplace. The room felt as empty as my chest. I helped Miss King into her chair and laid the afghan over her legs. "Mama sent you a care package. She said she'd come by Sunday for the Tupperware." Put it in the refrigerator. Ms. King sighed. And thank her for me. I always did like her greens. I did as she asked, noting how sparse the contents of her refrigerator were. The kitchen was uncluttered, but as forlorn and uninviting as the rest of the house. I returned to the living room and sat on the sofa near her. Her face was a demoralizing gray. You got my letter. I cleared my throat of sadness. I did. And you came right away. Her smile was as gentle as the scent of the pines above Christmas Mountain after a spring shower. I couldn't lie, not to Miss King. I have an assignment in town. Ah. Her smile fell a little. A reason to return. I would have come to see you anyway, after your letter. The moment turned as awkward as the time I'd tried to explain to Mama and the police why I'd believed Ash when she told me releasing pigs into the high school hallway after graduation would be a harmless prank. One jail cell and one morning spent cleaning the hallways later. But this assignment made it easier for me to get away and see you. The more I talked, the grimmer Ms. King's expression. I needed to stop digging a hole and look for a topic that might perk her up. My eye caught on her knitting needles. She'd been knitting the day things went south for Kevin and me. It had started out so innocently. I was lingering behind the caddy shack at the country club, having come to apply for a job so I could be closer to Kevin. Pathetic, but hey, I'd been 14. Hank Sonnenbrook had looked at me cross-eyed, but had disappeared inside to find me an application. I heard voices and peeked around the corner of the caddy shack. My son is destined for greatness. Kevin's father's chest was puffed out. He stood in the midst of a group of men, all wearing suits and ties. Kevin was taking practice shots on the driving range, beautiful shots that flew in the air to land on the smooth grass on the fairway. Every ball fell within 10 feet of the last one. We'll want a percentage. This from a man with white hair slicked to his head like wet mop strings. I'm willing to offer a 4-year deal, Kevin's dad had said. 4 years. For what? Kevin wanted to go to college, to get an education while improving his game. He wanted a fallback plan if he didn't become the next Jordan Spieth. His father wanted him to go pro. His father wanted to manage his career. And Kevin was afraid his father would ruin his life. 4 years. The white-haired man chuckled, shaking his head. For that price, we want rights in perpetuity. I wasn't sure exactly what they were talking about, but I saw Kevin's shoulders bunch as he took a swing. I knew it was bad. His ball shanked to the left. Perpetuity will cost you more money. Much more. The dollar signs in Brian's eyes made me shiver. No, Kevin dropped his club and stalked off, heading toward the locker room. But to get there, he had to pass by me, and I hadn't told him I was applying for a caddy job. I shrank back, trying to make myself small and invisible, rather than being seen as the young girl with stars in her eyes who was overstepping her place. Kevin rounded the corner and didn't pause when he saw me. In hindsight, he'd probably known I was there all along. Before I knew what was happening, he'd backed me more firmly against the wall and was kissing me as if I was the only thing keeping him alive. I'd never been kissed like that. Kevin had always kissed me gently, tenderly, the way young innocents did in the teen movies I'd watched on the Disney Channel. But this was an adult kiss. A kiss of passion. A kiss that sent a tremor of fear and longing through my very bones. I wanted to be his, to hold on and know he wouldn't let me go, to consume him the way he consumed me. Slumming, Kev. Kevin let me come up for air. His dark eyes narrowed and his gaze swung around to Thomas Brand IV. Tom was my age and a friend of Morgan's from the country club. I'd never liked his smile. It was too slick, too superior. What will your dad say, Kev? Brian hadn't seen us. He was telling the suits that Kevin needed a moment to gather himself. Kevin stared down at me, at the girl who lived down the hill and across the river and wore second-hand clothes. I couldn't read the emotion behind his shadowed gaze. Regret? Longing? Anger? Frustration? It didn't matter. In his eyes, I saw the truth. Kevin was willing to kiss me at Flat Rock and behind the caddy shack, but not in front of the country club. Not in front of his father. I pushed him away and ran. I ran all the way down the hill and across town. But I didn't run home, which would have been empty since Mama was at work. And I didn't run to Morgan's, where I knew some of the other girls were doing homework. I ran to Miss King's house. She'd taken one look at my tear-stained face and ushered me inside, setting aside her knitting. One hot chocolate and one cheese and cucumber sandwich later, and her quiet words began to penetrate my tears. You don't need a boyfriend to fit in. Loving someone should make you a better person, not a weaker one. You're destined for better things, and lessons like this only make you stronger. It wasn't the exact words Miss King had said, so much as her willingness to say them. Over the years, she'd pushed me to dream about a future beyond Christmas Mountain, when my own mother would have been happy to have me bartend by her side. Miss King comforted me without judging my choices. She supported me, but she'd known in doing so, she might lose me to the wider outside world. That afternoon, I knew my time with Kevin was over. And now, years later, my time with Kevin was beginning again. You'll never guess who hired me. I turned more fully to face an older Miss King, and tried to infuse my words with optimism, my expression with confidence. Kevin O'Malley. I'm going to help him become mayor. Mentally, I crossed my fingers and knocked on wood. Kevin. Miss King sat back. You're Kevin. He was never my Kevin. That much was clear to me. You found a way to forgive him. Her gentle smile was back. Not hardly. The words burst out of me like buckshot fired by an itchy trigger finger. She reached over to cover my hand with hers. Forgiveness is what brings us peace at night. I stared at her cold, distended hand. Do you need peace? Is that why you wanted me to come? I couldn't imagine Miss King holding a grudge against anyone. She waved her hand, removing it from mine. I wanted a proper visit. And perhaps the chance to hear you sing one last time at the Christmas extravaganza. Sing. The only place I vented my pipes nowadays was in my boxy little basement shower. I shook my head. Nobody wants to hear me sing at the extravaganza. Besides, I don't remember the difference between a C and a G. I forced myself to meet her soft glance and to broach the subject we'd both been avoiding. You mentioned in the letter you were ill. My kidneys aren't holding up as well as the rest of me. She should have gone into politics. She delivered the dire news with more grace than most. I'm not asking you to do a solo performance. I wasn't distracted. But it's not, the big C. You're not. Don't worry about me. I always get along. She didn't meet my gaze, telling me without words more than I wanted to know. Miss Melody King was dying. But like any good politician, she didn't want to talk about the negative. In fact, she wanted me to ignore the negative. And the facts. I was a political consultant. I played the game. Well, that's a relief. My voice could get lost in a large choir, drowned out by the unwavering belief in Santa and happy endings. I knew very well where I stood on those two issues. I didn't ask you to come to worry over me. I asked you because I want you to sing with your friends, Miss King said softly. Her words deflated me, along with the straightness of my spine. The girls and I, we don't talk anymore. We don't keep in touch. That wasn't quite true. Occasionally, I saw them posting on social media. But we'd all drifted apart. I know where they are. A bit of fire lit her eyes, a welcome flare of energy in her otherwise weary demeanor. Leave the organization to me. Chapter 3. Kevin for mayor. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Smiley face. It was my kind of doodle, drawn on a plain sheet of paper with blue ballpoint pen. I wasn't the artist. The sign hung in a window of the Christmas Mountain Herald to the left of the door. To the right? A professional 2 by 3 foot poster in black and red. More good. Brian O'Malley for mayor. No one had counseled Brian that his tagline could be taken in many ways, not all of them good. Frankly, I thought Brian was trying to say there'd be more good coming his way if he won. I'd never been inside the Christmas Mountain Herald. I pushed through the glass door and realized I didn't want to be inside now. It looked like it should smell of old people and sound like a funeral parlor. Dark paneling covered the walls. The carpet was worn, office-grade, and olive green. Wooden desks were crammed into the room, their nicked tops bare. It wouldn't be long before this institution went the way of the dinosaurs. I felt out of place in my up-to-date fine gray, wool cigarette trousers, a white silk blouse and power pearls. Kevin appeared in the hallway. He wore black khakis and a slate gray polo, looking as if he was ready to play 18 holes with Satan when we were done with this team meeting. "We're in the conference room." He turned, assuming I'd follow the devil into his lair. A long succession of O'Malley men had run the paper. Their simple black and white photos lined the hallway on the way to the conference room. Brian's photo was noticeably absent. Oh, snap. It wasn't an oversight. He'd had a portrait of himself done and it was hanging in the conference room. Kevin directed me to take a seat and shut the door firmly behind us. The dark paneling and long walnut table tried to create old-school ostentation. The effect was ruined by the plate glass window facing the street. It just looked cheap. And speaking of expectations, I'd assumed Kevin's high school friends would be working on his campaign. I was reminded what label was earned by making assumptions. I suppressed a sigh. 3 older women sat around the table. Each had a yellow pad and blue pen in front of them and looked at me the way 5th graders studied a new teacher on the first day of school, with equal parts audacity and awe. It seemed to me they'd been told I was coming. Yes, 12 years and the ruckus Kevin had made of my life continued to dog me. Nothing dogged him though. They viewed Kevin with worshipful gazes. Kevin made the introductions and then sat across the table from me. Jill Ebersol pushed her thick glasses up her delicate nose. She'd recently retired from a secretarial position at the country club and sat primly at the table in her red and green argyle sweater. She was the door doodler. She'd created another Kevin for Mayor poster on her lined yellow pad. Doreen Halifax wore her bright red and yellow convenience store work shirt. I was told she was working the early morning shift and fitting in our meeting on her lunch hour. She'd brought day-old donuts and coupons for a free soda with fill-up. I declined a donut, having eaten one of Mama's Spam biscuits for breakfast. Everyone else seemed grateful, making me wonder if we could stamp the coupons with Kevin's name and have him hand them out on the town square. Lonnie Peterson was knitting a scarf with teal ombre dyed yarn. It draped across her lap, over the wheel of her wheelchair, around one handle behind her, and over her shoulder past a cascade of frizzy peppery hair. Mama would have recommended a straight iron and heavy hold hairspray. I didn't waste time on niceties. It was clear what they thought of me. We all share a goal. Get Kevin elected in 6 weeks. Head nods all around, even from Kevin. So far, so good. We need a basic platform Kevin will run on, I continued. His biggest priority, followed by 2 other issues he's passionate about. And then we'll need a list of topics people in town have been complaining about lately: roads, education, crime, whatever, because, if asked, he'll need a consistent opinion on each one. Nothing like getting sideswiped by the competition if you weren't prepared. Kevin. I fully expected him to give me a blank look, to which I'd tell him exactly what he needed to focus on to beat his father and Harriet Miller. Kevin surprised me with an answer. The roads here are a top priority. And then he surprised me further by presenting well-thought-out issues a candidate could hang their hat on, adding a stoplight where a teenager had been killed last summer, addressing the aging population, and stimulating the local economy. Brian's "more good" had nothing on my candidate. What? Kevin asked, a hint of a smile on his face. I realized I was grinning at him and that our campaign volunteers were frowning as if I was baring my fangs and dripping drool while staring at my next meal. Kevin. I toned down my smile and modulated my voice to sound businesslike. I'm impressed. And grateful. We might have a chance at this race. The door opened. Well. Lexi Townsend. Brian O'Malley chuckled, and not in a friendly way. He was a proud man with distinguished gray at his temples and a posture that spoke of military service. He looked down his nose at me as if I was a disappointing new recruit. You must think the stars have aligned. Not at all. I stood to face the enemy, who didn't deign to shake my hand, and tried not to look like I was quaking in my heeled gray suede booties, John Vito Rossi, on clearance. I tried to look as if my candidate had the potential to change the world. I was afraid I looked like I was remembering being 14 and humiliated by his son with Brian and the school as witness. I've come a long way from singing in the choir at the Christmas Mountain Community Center. I stamped my foot a little, reminding myself I'd earned a seat at this table. Kevin's father stared at me a little too long. Yes, well. The community center is about to close. Brian didn't look too worked up about it. Kevin shuffled papers on the desk. He hadn't listed the community center in the list of important town issues. He didn't look too worked up about it either. Jill, Doreen, and Lonnie were similarly unconcerned. I, on the other hand, had a bit of trouble not choking out a heartbroken, "What? Did Ms. King know?" She hadn't told me last night when I'd agreed to sing on Christmas Day. The homemade biscuit with bits of Spam I'd eaten for breakfast solidified into a lump of coal in my belly. I sank back in my seat. What will happen to the Christmas extravaganza? It's on for this year, Brian said, turning the door knob and releasing it repeatedly in rapid, and rapidly annoying, succession. But the town can't afford to be sentimental next year. Sentiment wins elections. I'd looked up the last ballot results online last night. Brian had won his seat by a mere 50 votes. Sentiment loses elections, Brian said firmly, as if his was the only opinion that mattered in the room. The community center is a money pit. The town's money would best be spent elsewhere. Isn't that right, Kevin? There are many things that need attention in town. Kevin spoke with authority equal to his father's. I haven't prioritized where the community center falls on that list. Brian chuckled again, shaking his head. There's still time to back away, son. My candidate's mouth was a hard, thin line. I'd seen that look on his face before. When he hit a ball into the rough. When he chicken-winged a drive. When he talked about his father's obsession with money and power. When I was 14, being near Kevin had made me tingly all over. I was getting a different kind of tingle now. The heebie-jeebie tingle, as if a big hairy, barbed-legged spider walked down my spine. And that spider's name was Brian O'Malley. Goading myself to speak, I leaned forward in my chair, putting weight on the balls of my booted feet and swiveling them as if grinding a spider to dust. Brian beat me to it. You could save everyone a lot of trouble and drop out of the race now. He raised his voice and dialed up the dander. You can manage this little newspaper if you need something to do until your golf hobby runs out. I told you I'd help with the paper, Kevin said firmly, looking calmer than I felt. I'm not taking it over. The O'Malley tradition stops with you. The situation was worse than I'd anticipated. Father and son weren't just running against each other. They were pitted against each other in a war of generational magnitude. I had to get over the shock and awe of Brian O'Malley and support my candidate. Kevin's not quitting. I tried to rise, but ended up falling back in my seat. That's what happened when you tried to make a stand against a childhood villain. Adrenaline didn't trickle in. It flowed fast under your feet like Christmas River in spring, tossing you on your behind. You'll be the one quitting before the holiday. Unaccustomed to attitude and minions, Brian sputtered and stepped away from the door, moving in a semicircle like a boxer looking for a weakness in his opponent. Since he was glaring at me, I took that as my cue to exit the ring. We need a new meeting place, I said to the open-mouthed volunteers. And Kevin? I didn't dare look at him. Gather your things and follow me. I had to walk the length of the table to get to the door. I imagined I was crushing spiders with every unsteady step. It was either contain my fear in symbolism or run out the door like a shrieking little girl. You, too, Kevin. You, Brian bristled like a silver-backed porcupine. You can't order my son around like he's your plaything. I stopped at the door and glanced over my shoulder at Kevin, who had stood and was collecting his things. Our eyes met. I hoped my gaze conveyed the message that he needed to have my back on that comment. I wouldn't mind being Lexa's plaything if it meant I won the election. Kevin wasn't trying very hard to suppress his grin. That wasn't what I'd been trying to convey at all. The tingle returned, not at all heebie-jeebie-ish. I knew something like this would happen when Kevin mentioned hiring you, Brian continued, deep in his own affront. His gaze swept the room without landing on anyone. Circling. Seeking a target. You being the one who tried to trap my boy. Me? I glared at Brian. I hadn't been trying to trap Kevin. When my relationship with Kevin went metaphorically sideways in high school, I'd tried to escape. Dad. Kevin's voice was as hard as flat rock. Stay out of my business. This is all your fault. Finally, Brian's gaze landed. On me. His dark eyes narrowed, his hands fisted, and his voice exploded with anger. Yes, you, Lexi Townsend. Or have you forgotten Bobby? Dad. Who? Bobby who? My question sent Brian over the edge. He tossed his hands in the air and made a sound I was very familiar with, the garbled groan made famous by Arnold Schwarzenegger in film. First, you got money for Bobby. And now you're getting money to stab me in the back. Brian backed into the wall and hammered the dark paneling behind him with his fist, over and over, harder and harder, until he had to shout to be heard above the pounding. This is how you repay the O'Malleys for supporting your career. For supporting me. The O'Malleys were going to ruin me. Forget appearances and abstract victories over spiders, I practically ran out the door. Dad, calm down, Kevin said in a brittle voice. Be mindful of your blood pressure. Brian had high blood pressure. With that temper, he was a heart attack waiting to happen. I think I've established I didn't have much patience. I wasn't waiting around to bear witness. I walked out. The newspaper's offices were located a block off Main Street, near Tinsel and Tonic. Too bad the bar where Mama worked wasn't open this early. Surviving delusional face-to-face meetings with your competition should always be marked with a drink. Lonnie, Doreen, and Jill spilled out onto the sidewalk. He gets worse every year. Jill slid her glasses up her nose. Wouldn't matter what happened with Bobby. Everybody cares about the Bobby situation. Doreen set the brakes on Lonnie's chair. And most folks are tired of listening to Brian. Especially when he wails like a toddler. Lonnie wrapped extra lengths of scarf around her neck to keep it from falling on the ground. Although the Bobby situation is worrisome. I was tired of hearing about Bobby and had no interest in fueling the gossips by having to ask someone to explain his relevance to me. Ladies, let's reconvene on Monday. I'll let you know where we'll be meeting. I began walking toward the corner and the town square. Lex, wait. Kevin's voice came from behind me not 20 steps later. It was deep and reached deeper for fond memories. A kiss at the kissing bench. A whisper of shared awe as the stars came out in a velvety autumn sky. Fingers fitting perfectly in the protective shadows of the pines. But my deeply trenched memories were also dark ones. We'd kept our relationship a secret, hiding it from our families, our friends, our classmates. Until that afternoon when Tom had seen us at the country club. Until that night when we both showed up at the Halloween dance. I was the wallflower, sitting far enough up the bleachers to discourage dance requests. I laughed with Ash, while she tried not to stare at Brent Donnelly and I tried not to stare at Kevin. I wore heeled half boots, skinny jeans, a leopard print t-shirt and kitten ears. A costume without going full out and risking ridicule for wearing a costume. Kevin wore blue jeans and a green scrub shirt, and hung out in the opposite corner with guys from the football team. And then Kevin's dad showed up. He began shouting in front of everyone, not that anyone could hear him over the music. I wondered if this was another argument about Kevin not wanting to go pro. Danny Zephyr, a sophomore in my science class, climbed the bleachers and asked me to dance. I didn't want to. I wanted to watch Kevin. But Morgan returned from flaunting her moves on the dance floor and wouldn't let me refuse. Go on. It's fun. I'd attended our middle school dances, but I hadn't been one to bust a move with a boy, petrified someone would grind against me suggestively. I'd danced within my circle of girlfriends and occasionally accepted an offer of a slow dance. As Danny led me onto the dance floor, I was terrified I'd do something stupid, make a mistimed dance move that kids would make fun of for weeks. And I was worried that something would happen to Kevin without me watching over him. What a love-struck idiot I'd been. My dance with Danny ended. I thanked him and headed toward the bleachers, ready to resume my perch, while Danny veered toward a dark corner with the science nerds. A strong, familiar hand captured mine. Kevin spun me around and dragged me onto the dance floor. He yanked me into his arms and claimed my mouth. There was no heat of passion. There was no tenderness. There was anger and automation. Heat prickled my skin. Adrenaline raced in my veins. Everyone will know. I wanted to be Kevin's girlfriend, but I wanted him to say the words, not parade me in front of the school like this. It felt dirty. He deepened the kiss, bending me over backward, moving his hips. Where had the gentle boy I'd fallen in love with gone? I whimpered. Kevin stiffened and our eyes met, as they had behind the caddy shack. For a second, he was my Kevin, gentle and considerate. But only for a second. Movement at the edge of the dance floor caught his eye. His father stood. Arms crossed. Brows knitted. Smoke coming out of his ears. Kevin flipped me around and began grinding on me, anchoring his hips to mine. My kitten ears fell to the gym floor. My pride fell along with them. No. No, no, no. Stop. I sobbed. Not that anyone could hear me over the music. But people had seen. The lights were suddenly up and blinding. My cheeks burned. My stomach churned. And then everyone came into focus. Teachers. The principal. Kevin's dad. They surrounded us and pulled us apart. And I was free. For the second time that day, I ran. This time, I ran to Tinsel and Tonic, slipping through the delivery door and into the back room. That's where Mama found me, hours later at the end of her shift. Spent from crying and unaware of the storm of rumors already flying around Christmas Mountain. Or the fact that Kevin was being packed up and shipped off to prep school in North Carolina. Lex. Kevin's voice drew me back to the present, to his concerned expression and our pathetic past. We need to talk. The sidewalk behind him was empty. The volunteers must have gone down the alley to the parking lot. Talk. We talked last night with no mention of Bobby. I surged forward, barely holding back the impulse to run from him, from the memories. The temperature was in the 50s. The sky a clear blue. And the air crisper than a ripe apple. It wasn't the kind of day to flounder in emotional wounds from the past. And yet, Kevin was intent upon doing just that. He reached my side, reached for me. That was embellishment on my part. Kevin didn't reach for me. He reached for my arm and slowed me to a stop. It's not what you think, he said. I laughed. I didn't know what to think. When it came to Kevin, I never had. At the street corner, a faded silver sedan pulled up to the stop sign. The passenger window rolled down. Miss Gentry leaned her plump chin over the sill. When I'd lived here before, she'd worked at the doctor's office. I'd thought she was old then. Her hair was completely white now and she had the relaxed air of the retired. Kevin, is that her? Yes, Miss Gentry. Kevin sounded so dutiful, so innocent. I glanced behind me. I was the only woman on the street. What was going on here? It's about time she came to her senses. The window rolled up and Miss Gentry drove away. What? My hands were shaking and the Spam biscuit in my stomach wasn't faring much better. What's going on? We need to talk. Kevin stared at his hand on my arm, released me, and then stepped back. About Bobby. By all means, I said. Another vehicle pulled up to the stop sign. This one a shiny black Mercedes SUV. Kevin scowled. Why can't I get a little space? I'll give you some. I spun on my heel and started walking. The Mercedes turned our way and pulled to the curb next to me as the passenger side window came down. Lexi, I'm so glad I caught you. Kevin's mother, Virginia, had long blonde hair with artful highlights. She tugged off a cream-colored beret, flashing a diamond nearly as big as my computer mouse. Her teal jacket had roses embroidered on it and looked like showroom designer merchandise. I've got Bobby here. Bobby? I stopped walking and gave Kevin a significant look, one I hoped said, if you don't give me answers, Bobby will. Bobby wasn't sitting in the passenger seat. Kevin opened the back door. A little girl, no older than 2, sat in a rear-facing car seat, kicking her pink tennis shoes and sucking on her fingers. When she saw Kevin, she held out her arms and said, "Daddy." I couldn't breathe. In the facts I had listed in Kevin's paperwork, in the details I knew about his life from voyeurism on social media and golf aficionado websites, there was never any mention of a wife or a girlfriend or a daughter. Kevin's mother came around to the sidewalk. She looked me up and down, and then hugged me. Me. The woman her husband had just accused of being a conniving gold digger. I felt light and fluttery, as if this was a dream and I was about to float away. Only the heavy, tumbling biscuit in my belly anchored me to earth. Kevin removed his daughter from the car seat and put her on his hip. Her hair was sunny blonde where his was midnight black. Her eyes were gray where his were nearly black as coal. But the smiles, they were mirror images of each other. And she had the sweetest dimples, high up on her cheeks like Mama and I had. Kevin's mother was still hovering over me. She smoothed a lock of my dyed black hair behind my ear. She was too thin, too fragile. She'd been hospitalized in a psych facility a few times to keep her from harming herself. Kevin had told me about her breakdowns, blaming it on his father. She'd been a talented pigeon pottery artist and Brian had pushed her to produce pieces at factory paces. She still had the wardrobe style of an artist, but I doubted she'd turned her potter's wheel in years. The resemblance is uncanny, Virginia murmured. Despite layers of hair color. Smile for me, Lexi. I did as asked, a loud ringing going off in my head. I recognized them the moment I saw Bobby smile. Virginia turned from me to cup Roberta's grinning chin. What did you recognize? I asked numbly, still in that surreal place where the world spun a little too quickly. Virginia's smile spread, along with her arms, which she looped across Kevin's shoulders and mine, pulling us into a huddle. The Townsend dimples in my grandchild. The resemblance between you and Bobby. My gaze met Kevin's over his mother's head. He'd told his parents this little girl was our child. It was official. Brian was going to be happy. Kevin wasn't going to be in the mayor's race. Because Kevin was a dead man. Chapter 4. I can explain, Kevin said a few minutes later when we'd bid his mother goodbye and set off on a walk, looking like a young family with Kevin pushing his daughter in a stroller. Oh, you better explain, because I'm trying to understand how and why you'd tell the entire town I'm this child's mother. My arms were wrapped around me tighter than a straitjacket. This was bad. This was the kind of cockamamie weirdness that trended on Twitter. If Darcy found out, not only was my career at D-Band A over, my career in politics was over as well. The lump in my gut that had been the biscuit dissolved into a churning gurgle of acid. I didn't tell people you were Bobby's mother. Kevin lowered his voice as we crossed Main Street, passing the Sleigh Cafe, which was filled with laptop-toting coffee drinkers. We crossed the street again at the town square, where several people seemed to be discussing the tree in the middle of the green. It was implied, because this child and I share eye color and dimples. Not to mention she was blonde, which was my natural hair color. I dyed my hair black after the Halloween dance and had never gone back to the light. And why wouldn't you correct them? I had no patience for Kevin's hesitation in coming clean. This is exactly what happened when we were in high school. Back then, you used me to get what you wanted, a ticket out of town, and then you let people think the worst of me. It was too bad there weren't feral chickens running loose. I could have pushed Kevin aside and ran for high ground with Bobby. And what kind of name is Bobby for a girl anyway? Her given name is Roberta. I would never name my child Roberta. I was partial to delicate, feminine names. Ava, Chloe, Olivia. And Mama was insistent that she'd named me Lexi, not Lex. For future reference, point taken. The nerve. And Townsends don't do nicknames. Her name is Roberta. She's Bobby to me. I stopped on the corner, stamped my foot, and put my hands on my hips, right above the gut-twisting biscuit. We have no romantic future. None. I'm just here to get you elected. I'm not dating you. I'm not your baby mama. And, I sucked in a squeaky breath. If Roberta had been my child, I would have demanded you put a ring on it. I thrust out my left hand, showing him my bare ring finger. He'd stopped walking and had turned the stroller so Roberta could see me. She pulled her fingers out of her mouth, grinned and clapped. The people near the tree in the town square turned to watch. Are you done? Kevin asked in stern undertones, looking darkly handsome and darkly annoyed. Am I done? I sputtered, clutching my ringless hand to my stomach. He had no idea how done I was. Yes. Is this, he waved a hand in an S shape in front of me. This collapse you're having over. I can't talk to you when you're like this. Air backed up in my throat behind an oversized hiccup. I was wheezing like a balloon with a small leak and feeling the need to rid myself of biscuit. Roberta giggled, grinning like an angelic replicant of Kevin. Lex is silly, isn't she? Kevin asked the toddler using baby talk. He probably did housework, too. My eggs, the ones stored in my ovaries, the ones that had never been used to create a baby, can beneath my hips, as if to say, this one is a keeper. Even my eggs were on his side. Shut up, I mumbled, fleetingly distracted from biscuit unease. I stared around the town square, at the innocent blue sky, at the not-so-innocent Kevin. At his firm lying jaw. Those perfect lying lips. At the eyebrow that quirked at me, daring me to resist all that O'Malley charm. A truck barreled down Main Street toward us and backfired, emitting a large puff of black smoke. Clancy Carter leaned out the window and waved. He'd graduated with Kevin. He wore a blue flannel shirt and aviator sunglasses. Hey, Kevin. You finally got her back. He gave Kevin a thumbs up. My mouth dropped open. Does everyone think I abandoned this cherub? As if I'd give birth and then give my baby up. Ignoring my question, Kevin commanded, follow me. He set the umbrella stroller on a course toward the waterfall. If we stay on the street, we'll just be interrupted. I took that to mean, yes, everyone in town assumed I'd chosen my career over my child. Not that I had a child. And with rumors like this, I wouldn't have a career very long either. Kevin wheeled the stroller toward the Green Street sign that said Christmas Falls over an arrow pointing to a path to the left of Prancer's Pancake House. If everyone in town knows, that means my mama. What had she said last night about my being gone for 9 months? I think I'm gonna to be sick. Don't. Too late. I coughed up my breakfast biscuit into a sidewalk trash can. Kevin tried to shield my weakness from those on the town square, but when he spoke his words lacked any sympathy. Did you have to do that? I hated Kevin O'Malley. I hated him something awful. He reached inside a pocket of the umbrella stroller and handed me a water bottle. No. It wasn't a water bottle. It was Roberta's baby bottle. He twisted off the top and offered it to me. It's water. Rinse and spit. I did. Thanks. Not that I forgive you for ruining my life. He shook his head, taking the bottle back and stowing it away again. You just made things worse for yourself. Me? My voice sounded like I'd smoked a pack of unfiltered cigarettes since breakfast. How so? Everyone on the town square saw you up, Chuck. Now they all think you're pregnant again. Again? Beginning at my feet, my body flushed with heat, much like a Cape Canaveral rocket embraced by flame before launch. I hate you. I had to remind myself I knew what the inside of the town jail cell looked like to keep myself from launching at him. I hate you, I said again. Kevin plucked Roberta out of the stroller, leaving it by the trash can at the start of the path to the falls. He spared me the briefest of frowns before heading off. I know. Kevin led me to the kissing bench at the base of Christmas Falls, but I doubted he was about to declare his undying affection for me and hang an ornament on the tree behind it. If you were out and about, and looking for privacy in town, the falls was a good place to be. The cascading water was so loud, no one could hear your conversation 5 feet away. Many local myths surrounded this place. A kiss here on Christmas Eve was said to be good luck for a wedding in the new year. A couple putting an ornament on the Douglas fir behind the bench during the holiday season were said to be lovers for life. If you were visited by a deer while sitting at the falls, you were said to never go hungry. This last myth made the most sense to me. 150 years ago, if you'd been sitting at the bench and a deer came by, you'd kill it. Back then, it was survival of the fittest. He who had the biggest gun and the quickest trigger finger survived. I had no gun, no ammo, and no itchy trigger finger. I needed to reload, recenter, and regroup, somewhere far away from Kevin. But here I was, following him as if we were in high school again. Kevin settled on the bench, Roberta now asleep in his arms. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, he said, patting the empty space on the bench next to him, daring me to sit. It was just a month ago that I was on tour, playing at Pinehurst in North Carolina. Wretched cyberstalker that I was, I knew this to be true. I sat next to him and dug in my purse for a breath mint. Kevin smoothed Roberta's unruly curls. I just missed the cut when Bobby's mother showed up. She was waiting for me outside the clubhouse. I could just picture the woman. She'd be some young co-ed he'd met at Duke. Perfect blonde hair, size 0 jeans and a vision of her child as her ticket to Easy Street. Roberta's foot twitched in her sleep. I reached over and cupped her little sneaker, which was pink and name brand. Silently, I apologized for the assumption that her mother was a floozy. Who was I to judge? We daughters of floozies needed to stick together. Kevin's gaze drifted to my hand. The corners of his mouth angled up slightly. She said she couldn't handle being a mother. There were dark circles under her eyes and she had bandages on her wrists, as if she'd. His gaze shifted to the falls and I was reminded of the rumors about his mother. You know. Tried to kill herself, I silently finished for him, my heart going out to Roberta's mommy. No way was that fragile woman a money grubber. She was another victim of Kevin's empty charm. Like me. Kevin was staring at the falls, but he seemed to be seeing something else, someone else. She said she was having dark thoughts. He'd know that meant suicidal thoughts given his mother's history. I drove her to the hospital. But what was I supposed to do with Bobby once she was checked in? My initial shock at hearing the latest rumor about me had leveled to DEFCON 3, a stable, defensive position. Mentally, I was shifting into political strategist crisis mode, playing out possible options for Kevin's campaign. A child could be the heart Kevin's candidacy lacked. He seemed shaken by the mental state of Roberta's mother. I could use that shock to explain his lack of clarification of the rumor. Call me shallow, call me stubborn. I wouldn't let a rumor defeat me. I kept circling back like a buzzard, looking for anything to keep my pathetic dreams of career advancement alive. What about Roberta's grandparents? I asked. She said they were dead. My BS meter pinged into the red zone. That's convenient. He turned, blinking me into focus. When did you become so jaded? October 30th. 12 years ago. The day he'd ruined my reputation in Christmas Mountain. Ouch. He grimaced, clearly familiar with the date. Understatement. It was a deep wound. Not an OE to be healed by a band-aid and a kiss to make it better. I looked at Roberta's sweet little face. What proof do you have that she's yours? He stared down at Roberta with so much love in his eyes, my chest hurt. Oh, she's an O'Malley, all right. Having seen her impish grin, I had to agree. Was this woman your long-term girlfriend? I was looking for an angle to spin, not asking out of jealousy. And then jealousy reared her ugly head and added, or was this one of those drunken one-night stands athletes are known to have? Oops. Kevin's eyes turned as cold as the ashes of love for him I harbored in my heart. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. I think I deserve to know, considering the rumors you've been spreading about me. How gratifying to be able to stand up for myself without having words stick in my throat. I haven't been spreading anything. He wasn't getting off that easy. You may not be repeating anything, but your silence is confirmation. Letting people make their own assumptions is the strongest armor you can wear. What a pile of stinky rubbish. Why do you need armor in this town? I'm not talking about me. The regret in his eyes had me popping another mint. I shouldn't have hired you. A buck stood on top of the falls, surveying us and the rest of the forest. An omen of full bellies, and yet, instead of thinking about yummy Thanksgiving leftovers, I was reminded of Bambi's father and his fate. Please let this not be a bad omen. Why did you bring me into this, Kevin? And why did he think I needed protection? Or that a rumor about abandoning my child would protect me? Because you always believed in me. There was sincerity in his tone, reminding me of what we'd had once. I haven't always, I murmured, trying not to be flattered. You believed I could go pro. You believed me when I said my dad volunteered me for drug trials as a kid and kept the money. His strong voice blended with the thundering falls. And when I told you dad embezzled my sister's modeling money. He reached for my hand and it was just like old times, except I wasn't 14 and hopelessly in love. My heart pounded anyway, challenging my determination to remain impartial and gather the facts I'd need to run a successful campaign. What kind of relationship do you have with your father today? Not much of one. Kevin seemed to be rethinking his statement. Lately, he's been coming to the qualifying rounds to watch me. Oh. It was clear to me why Kevin had been choking this year. Less clear was the reason my hand still resided in his. I stared at our joined hands, willing myself to break free. And doing nothing of the sort. So, you're going to give up golf and be mayor? Kevin's chin thrust out. It's time, don't you think? I've spent years on the circuit and no gold jacket. Oh, there was resentment in his tone, in the angle of his chiseled chin. He hated giving up golf. I pulled my hand free. I read you made 6 figures on the national tour last year. 1 level down from the PGA. You read up on me. That grin. It made my insides feel better. But not my career aspirations. I did my research for this assignment. What a lie. Have you tried a sports psychologist to help you close the preliminary rounds more successfully? Or a family therapist? It couldn't be a coincidence that Kevin only choked when his dad watched him play. Or a swing specialist. He had a nasty swing when the pressure was on and his dad was in the crowd. Don't try to fix me, Lex. Kevin's voice rumbled deeper than the falls when they were full and angry. Can't you just accept that Kevin O'Malley is ready to settle down, heart won over by a little girl? Stranger things have happened. But I wasn't buying it. His competitive streak ran deeper than the Grand Canyon. He smiled down at Roberta and then lifted his gaze to mine, filled with truth. OMG. He's willing to give up everything for this girl. My breath caught, and my chest was crushed with longing. He'd never given up anything for me. I sat up straight and put my hands on my knees, forcing my backbone to re-establish itself. What happened to her mother? Where is she now? She's fine. She's going to sign over custody of Bobby to me. There was a determination in his words I'd seldom heard before. He stroked the sleeping toddler's cheek with his finger. I didn't expect to fall in love with her, but I did. Remorse tried to sour my throat. We'd never exchanged words. I reminded myself that sentiment may garner votes, but it didn't launch careers that changed the country's status quo and brokered world peace. If any of this is hinky, if this isn't your child, I angled my head until Kevin looked me in the eye. You know it'll catch up to you. There are no secrets in politics. He shrugged. I'm just running for mayor. My company sent me here to groom you for bigger things. If you don't win, I won't get promoted. It wasn't exactly that cut and dried, but he needed to understand my stakes. He drew back, surprised. Then you should leave. I shook my head. Leaving, to my boss, means I couldn't handle the job. Which means you have to put an end to these rumors and tell the truth about this little girl. His expression set in a very un-Kevin-like downturn. Much as I appreciate your situation and my part in bringing you in this mess, this rumor protects Bobby. The armor had been for his daughter and not for me. My stomach gurgled in disappointment. I couldn't read Kevin the way I needed to read a client. I should cut my losses. I stood, wanting to go, but lingering. I was horrible at turning my back on this man. But I won't. If you agree the community center needs saving. It was the least I could do for Ms. King. Kevin's brows drew together. I'd have to look at the figures and see what needs to be restored. When had Kevin become so responsible? It'll pay off in the long run. Giving kids a place to go and things to do keeps them out of trouble. What do kids around here do after school? His expression turned wicked. Practice smiling like an adult. I backed up another step, refusing to be charmed. Much. Most teen pregnancies occur between the hours of 3 and 6 p.m. Keep that in mind when your daughter turns 13. His eyes widened. First at me, and then toward Roberta. Your knowledge of statistics is scaring me. Good. Fear makes it personal, which makes a candidate passionate about their causes. I blew out a breath. Can we agree on the community issue? Lex. He leaned forward and captured my hand with his. I didn't mean to hurt you. I tugged, but not as if I meant to break free. He'd been my first love, after all. And he'd left town the day after the Halloween dance. We hadn't talked since. I didn't come here for an apology. You deserve one. I need to explain. No. You don't. Because we had no future together. I should have known he wouldn't listen to my protests. The day everything went dark for me, for us, my dad was trying to force me to go pro by selling stock in my future earnings. Those sponsorships would have meant my scholarship at Duke would have been revoked. I had to do something drastic. I had to save myself. And so, you threw me under the bus. My empty insides constricted. I understood survival instincts. On some level, my heart had hoped I'd been a sacrificial lamb, rather than a girl he'd wanted to destroy because he was selfish and because he could. You're more suited to politics than you think. Scowling, he stood, shifting Roberta to one shoulder. That rumor about us scared off the investors. That rumor got me sent to sports prep school where I worked with an excellent coach. That rumor made the whole town think I was easy and greedy. It had been the armor Kevin needed, but it had left me defenseless. His chin lifted. You could have told your side of the story. People think what they will. If anything, being Lexi Townsend's daughter had prepared me for the role of Kevin's whore of Babylon. I grew up with the snide comments. The smirk when people asked where my father was. The superior voice that asked why my mother was sleeping at noon, despite the fact that she'd worked until 2 a.m. the night before. The words felt heavy and thick. The judgmental looks at my clothes. These pearls, I held up the strand at my neck. These pearls are real. But there are people in this town who'll hear the name Lexi Townsend and swear on their mother's grave that they must be made of plastic. Your strength, he cupped my cheek with his palm. It's why he was lost in my gaze, and I in his. It's what I admired about you. I knew you'd be all right. Coming to my senses, I swatted his hand away. You knew no such thing. Undeterred, Kevin moved closer. He lowered his voice and lowered his head, as if he was going to kiss me. Compared to my mother, or to Bobby's mother, you're strong. If you were dropped on a desert island, you'd turn it into a working resort in no time. He didn't move out of my space. What would I do if he tried to kiss me? I closed my eyes, willing myself to envision a business card with my name and partner beneath it. I cannot be your fall guy this time. I have my own career to consider. My own life to take care of. I met his gaze squarely. I don't know what you're looking for from me. He stepped back and air flowed more easily into my lungs. Redemption. Forgiveness. The feeling that someone who knows me well is on my team. A slow grin spread across his face. Not wicked. Not overly charming. Not the expression of a bad boy looking for a good time. He was groveling. He wanted my forgiveness. He was going to let me have a front row seat to a race that could be his downfall. Karma danced its way through my core, filling me with what a dozen years of unchallenged rumors couldn't: justice, revenge, peace. You can revel in my failure all you want. If I fail. He continued to smile at me. And then the context of that look sunk in. He'd look at me that way when we were teenagers sitting on Flat Rock. And I'd seen that same look since then. On other men. His was the expression a man gave a woman when they woke up together the morning after. The kind of expression a man gave a woman when he brought flowers on Valentine's Day. The kind of expression a woman could believe spoke of love, not friendship or obligation. Love? Give me a break. I wasn't the gullible girl from the wrong side of Christmas Mountain anymore. I didn't believe in romance, and I certainly wasn't looking for it with a client. With this client. Besides, I needed a win, not an also-ran. So, it made no sense when I opened my mouth and said, if you tell my mama I'm not Roberta's mother, I'll stay. Kevin couldn't agree fast enough. I walked back toward the road, unable to believe I'd committed to Kevin O'Malley. Again. I was wondering when you two would come around to see me. Mama met us on the porch wearing skinny jeans and a fuzzy pink sweater. She held out her hands to take Roberta from Kevin. Roberta smiled and fell into Mama's arms. Hi, she sing-songed. She'd had a mid-morning nap and was full of good cheer. In her brown suede Uggs I'd bought her for her birthday, Mama grapevined across the porch and back. Chicka 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 boom, chicka 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 boom. She jiggled the little girl with each step and swung her around on the hippie boom parts, much to Roberta's delight. My heart felt heavy. I wasn't looking forward to bursting Mama's grandmama bubble. Kevin didn't appear guilty about Mama's misperceptions or at all uncomfortable handing over his daughter to a relative stranger. Nor did he appear disapproving of my mother's lower standard of living. He peered into the cardboard box spilling over with a tangle of lights that sat to one side. I might be putting those up later. He glanced up at the porch rafters and the dark clusters of cobwebs that might have hidden some mold, and then he reached for a railing that wasn't straight and pulled it upright. As soon as he let it go, it flopped back outward. He glanced at me, the morning breeze ruffling his dark hair. Someone should fix that. Personally, I agreed. But I was the kind of hammer-wielding woman who smashed her own fingers instead of the nail. Don't worry. It's been like that a long time. I opened the front door, suddenly eager to get inside, although it wasn't much better in there. Kevin and Mama followed me in. The living room was cleaner than Ms. King's place, but the furniture wasn't as high quality. The couch was green velour and meant to slouch on. The recliner was brown corduroy and a favorite of Tommy Lee's when he came over to watch college ball on Mama's TV. She'd picked up a Christmas tree this morning, a 5-foot Douglas fir. The colored lights were on, along with a few ornaments. Open boxes circled the tree. It smelled like the forest. Which made me think of Flat Rock. Which made me think of Kevin. Which made my chest feel tighter than the shoes on a sprinter before a big race. As a grandmother, I'm hurt. Mama drew Roberta close and kissed her plump pink cheek. I've missed out on 2 years of cuddle time. She was going to make an awesome grandmother one day, just not to this child. I caught Kevin's eye and tilted my head toward Mama, urging him to come clean. Yeah, about that, Kevin began. Petty tea. Roberta pointed at the Christmas tree centered in front of Mama's front window. I bet you want to play with my pretty tree. Mama twirled and danced her way to the Christmas tree. There was less boom to her step, and more chicka-chicka. What's your name, Sweat Pea? I Bobby, the little scamp said, swinging her awesome pink tennies on either side of Mama's jean-clad hips. Bobby. Mama frowned at me. She'd once told me what people call you tells you a lot about how they feel about you. What kind of name is that for a girl? I gave Kevin an I told you so look. Her name is Roberta Sue O'Malley, Kevin said in a soft voice doctors use to deliver grave news. And I hate to disappoint you, but she's not your grandchild. Roberta Sue, Mama whispered as if she hadn't heard the latter part of Kevin's statement. She brushed Roberta's blonde bangs away from her face. We're going to have some good times together. Perhaps fittingly, Roberta wasn't listening to Mama. Want dat? She reached for a small wooden rocking horse ornament. Mama removed it from the tree and handed it to her. Anything you want, Sweet Pea. My mother was in denial. Mama, did you hear what Kevin said? There was Tennessee twang in my question. I didn't care. Of course, I did. Mama frowned at me over her shoulder. But anyone can see this child has the Townsend stamp. My eyes. My dimples. My hair. Why, look at these curls. She could use some aqua net. For the first time since getting out of his expensive SUV, Kevin looked aghast. A dose of reality was required all around. Careful, Mama, or people will say that baby is yours, not mine. Wouldn't that send the tongues wagging? Kevin made a strangled noise. Nonsense. Just look at your baby pictures on the mantel. Mama swayed from side to side, near enough the tree that Roberta could touch the needles and giggle. When I heard about Roberta Sue, I dug those photos out. Kevin perused the framed selections over the fireplace. And then he stared at me. The resemblance is uncanny. I considered booting him in the shin. All babies look alike. No. They don't. Mama took another rocking horse off the tree and neighed, galloping through the air toward the horse Roberta held, which had the toddler chortling with glee. Emotion sailed behind Kevin's dark eyes. Frustration. Jealousy. He came to stand next to Mama. But as I said, Miss Townsend, Bobby isn't Lex's child. Mama's eyebrows shot up at his use of nicknames, but she was too high on the grandmother train to leap off and defend my given name or Roberta's. Fool me once, girl. Fool me once. Mama pressed a kiss to Roberta's golden curls. She'd kissed that child more in 5 minutes than she'd kissed me the last 5 years. Fool me once. I stomped my boot, just a little, but it was enough to echo on the hardwoods. What's that supposed to mean? You didn't tell me you were running around with Mr. Fancy Pants here. Mama nodded toward Kevin. When you were a teenager. She swayed in a slow circle, turning her back on Kevin. You're not going to fool me when the proof is right here. Roberta Sue is my kin. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree now, does it? My own mother believed the gossips more than she did me. I had to lock my knees together to keep from dropping onto the couch in defeat. This apple hasn't fallen. And I expect you to tell anyone who asks that this isn't your grandchild. Mama pouted and wrapped her arms more snugly around Roberta, staring at me above the girl's curls. But I want her. There was a possessive look in her eye that gave me visions of her becoming a child abductor. Talk about someone other than me ruining my career. Mama. She's mine. My mother backed up a step. Actually. Kevin stepped forward, holding out his hands so Roberta could see them. I called first dibs. Roberta fell into his arms with a squeal of delight. She was a happy child, I'd give her that. And Kevin, he was a devoted father. One who also happened to look like he could star in a sexy cologne ad. Not that I cared. Not unless it earned us points at the polls. Kevin began to walk past me. Bye-bye. Roberta fell toward me, trusting I'd catch her. Having made significant shoe money as a teenager by babysitting, I embraced the tyke and drew her close. You're a little stinker. If Kevin wasn't careful, she'd be a spoiled little stinker. Roberta stared at me, and for a moment I saw what everyone else did, my gray eyes, my serious expression. Something blossomed deep in my chest, love. Something echoed in the corners of my head, mine. Something noxious filled my nostrils, poop. You truly are a stinker. I laughed. And then, as if Roberta knew she'd just won me over, she grinned wickedly, all O'Malley, if you discounted those dimples over her cheekbones. I tapped her nose with the tip of my finger. You're going to cause your daddy so much trouble as a teenager. She'll give you sleepless nights, too, Puddin', Mama said sagely, heart in her eyes. What goes around, comes around. I hardened my heart against the little charmer in my arms and passed her back to Kevin. Not my monkey. Not my circus. I kissed my mother's cheek. Not yours either. I demand a DNA test. Mama's voice was unusually shrill, her penciled brows slanted low. She wanted a grandchild more than the Misha Barton pumps I'd bought her for Christmas. I deserve a DNA test. Request denied. Kevin walked out. I followed him, knowing I had some major fence mending to do with Mama upon my return. Meet me at Prancer's Pancake House tomorrow morning. He glanced at me over his shoulder, a hint of that mischievous grin on his face. Are you asking me out? In your dreams, O'Malley. I planted my hands on my hips, still walking. Just because I knew why he'd humiliated me didn't mean I'd forgiven him. I'm not working out of the newspaper office and we need to talk strategy. I have a strategy. He continued toward his shiny black SUV with long powerful strides, the way he walked the golf course. Confidently. I just needed to channel some of that confidence toward the race. And because we're going to knock on doors afterward while people are home watching football this weekend. He paused, sniffing the air, sniffing his daughter. She's right, Bobby. You are a stinker. The little girl's laughter filled the air. I moved close enough to smell Roberta's ripe diaper and a hint of Kevin's woodsy aftershave. That combination would have been a turn-off if Kevin hadn't taken that moment to look at me with hunger in his eyes. And I'm not talking about hunger for a cheeseburger. This was unguarded want and it very nearly melted the elastic in my underpants. Office was across the street. Tinsel and Tonic was a few doors down. It was a little after 9 and the street was empty of cars. From what I'd seen in the years gone by, Kevin's father had a way of standing too close, on the inside edge of someone's space. The fact that we were alone sent a spider-legged shiver down my spine. But I wasn't the country bumpkin I'd been when I left. I'd studied body language at Columbia the way I'd studied Taylor Lautner in all those Twilight movies. I knew how to physically position a slender candidate for a photo op to make him look powerful. I knew how to position myself in a circle of men to make myself noticed, deferred to, respected. What makes you think walking isn't my way of sorting through campaign intricacies? I tilted my head to the side, my lips slightly upward, drew a deep breath, hello, hint of cleavage, and softened my comeback with a mellow, science tells us we're better thinkers on our feet. Brian paused before replying. I could see him trying to reconcile his past image of me with what I was projecting today, the fine white wool trousers and fashionable gray sweater set versus the cut-off jean shorts and Hello Kitty cap-sleeve t-shirt. I wondered where he would net out. Which impression would win? Walking may stimulate thinking, but it isn't as freeing as other activities. He lifted his chin when he spoke, gazing down the street. It was oddly reminiscent of Kevin gazing down river, toward freedom. But then I caught Brian sneaking a peek at me out of the corner of his eye, caught that up-curling O'Malley grin. It sent creepy-crawly spider legs skittering across my skin. This wasn't a casual conversation between political rivals. This was a testing of the waters between a woman and a much older, not my type of man. E.W. I suddenly wished Kevin was nearby. Or one of the campaign volunteers. Or anyone with a beating heart. Because Brian O'Malley suddenly scared me. More than he'd scared me when Kevin had related some tale about his father's manipulation and greed. More than he'd scared me when he'd glared at me on the Halloween dance floor. Because Brian wasn't predictable. He was floating a veiled pass at me and waiting to see what I'd do. In business and in politics, women couldn't say, thanks, but no thanks, without hurting fragile male egos. Women had to pretend ignorance on the face of things, but put space between bodies, which was hard to do without leaping back and screaming, pervert. I had one recourse. Flattery. What a great job you've done with Kevin. He's a natural politician. You must be proud. My lips ached from stretching unnaturally upward when they wanted to swerve into a grimace. Now, if Brian didn't accept my compliment, he was a complete and utter jerk, and we'd both know it. Brian squared up his body to mine, his dark eyes assessing my sincerity. He's my son. Why wouldn't I be proud? Oh, he was good at deflection in a slimy, dirty Teflon pan kind of way. And Roberta is such a cutie. His smile actually seemed genuine, and then he had to ruin it by saying, I was just talking to someone about enrolling Bobby with a modeling agency. My daughter made quite a bundle modeling as a child. I could feel my brow furrowing. I don't think Kevin has interest in her being a model. Especially given Brian had lost all the childhood earnings of Kevin's older sister. He'll come around. Brian reached out and touched my nose with his forefinger. I usually get what I want. He chuckled all the way back across the street. The spider certain he'd trapped the fly. I hurried toward the corner on legs that felt collapsible, wondering if I should warn Kevin about Brian's intentions toward Roberta or if he already knew. Chapter 7. I spent the rest of the week creating Kevin's campaign materials, lawn signs, and the like, and avoiding Kevin. I'll admit it. I was afraid he'd offer to pick up where we left off. I'll admit it. If he did, I'd suggest we start with that heated kiss at the Caddy Shack. And yes, I'll admit it. I had a weakness for designer shoes, dark chocolate with sea salt, and Kevin O'Malley. But I wasn't the lonely girl in the dorm room at Columbia anymore, binging on the entire bag of dark chocolate with sea salt Mama had sent me. I'd learned control. I'd learned the key to managing a weakness was to keep it out of reach. Hence my avoiding my client. The week had been productive regardless. Besides ordering signs and flyers for Kevin's campaign, I'd talked to people in town about what they'd change if they had a magic wand, and kept my eye out for opportunities for Kevin to schmooze with voters. Plus I'd found a place for us to meet. The owner of Tinsel and Tonic had agreed to let us meet there starting tomorrow. Yes, Kevin's campaign headquarters was in a bar. The onion ring appetizers were a perk of supporting the man. Not everything was rosy. I still got sideways comments about returning to town to be with Kevin and compliments on my adorable baby, along with snide remarks about being a heartless mother. To say my patience was being tested was an understatement. My patience was about to fail. Meanwhile, Kevin spent the week working at the newspaper, or so he said. I had a hard time picturing him writing up articles about the high school basketball team, the lack of Christmas weather in Christmas Mountain, and the upcoming tree lighting ceremony in the town square. And I'd heard he made time for a daily round of golf and had purchased a Christmas tree with Roberta. The town was gearing up for the holiday, too. The small potted fir trees in front of the remaining stores on Main Street were decorated with sparkling lights. Red bows went up on the street lights. It was beginning to feel a lot like Christmas. Without the snow or Santa. Which was why when I heard a rumor that one of my childhood friends, Ash, was reviving the tradition of the town decorating the tree in the town square, I knew I had to drag Kevin there. It'd be dark and cold. Harriet Miller wouldn't be there. And the chance that Brian would go was also slim. He favored large crowds and microphones. I wore a light pink sweater beneath my leather jacket, and my heeled Steve Madden boots. Kevin carried Roberta. She was big-eyed, as if she was fighting sleep. I'd brought a box of softball-sized golden balls from our garage. They were the same decorations I'd brought to the ceremony on numerous occasions years before. The assembled crowd seemed to be over the age of 50, which wasn't bad considering they hadn't grown up with Kevin. They'd be less likely to know what insert adjective of your choice, lazy, lying, lackadaisical, guy he was. Go. Mingle. Let Roberta do her stuff. I gave him a gentle shove. Kevin gave me an odd look, but went to approach Miss Cross, a retired school teacher who kept shouting at Miles Wilson, the feed store owner, to repeat himself. I smelled gingerbread. The sweet kind. The kind Ash's mother used to make. I followed my nose to a bench where there was a box with an army of gingerbread. Lexi. A woman's tentative voice drifted to me above the mixture of conversations. I turned to see Ash, one of Ms. King's choir members and one of my dearest friends all through school. I'd heard she was back in town, but hadn't seen her yet. She was standing next to her mother, which was a surprise, considering she and her mother had never gotten along, and a man who looked like her high school crush Brent. Eyes widening, Ash walked toward me. She looked good, slender and tan, with natural highlights in her hair. Until I looked closer and saw the tension creasing her forehead. I felt a stab of guilt and fingered the red and green friendship bracelet I'd taken to wearing again. I hadn't been the best friend to any of the girls in Ms. King's choir, not even close. I hadn't called Ash. I hadn't texted or messaged her on social media. I would have replied if she'd called or texted or messaged. But she hadn't either. I assumed she'd come to stand a few feet away and ask me how I was doing. I assumed I'd wait to see how she greeted me. Before I knew what was happening, I was hugging her. Ash was mannequin stiff, perhaps not as sentimental about our friendship as I was. Okay. Too much? I asked, beginning to pull back. And then another pair of arms wrapped around us from behind me. I can't believe you're still dyeing your hair black. A familiar voice. Morgan's. She was the country club girl whose pink clothes were always pressed. How many times do I have to tell you black is a bad color on you, Lexi? Ash chuckled in my ear. That's it, then. The band is getting back together. Tears collected in my throat, choking a laugh. I turned to face Morgan. The hazel-eyed woman looking back at me didn't meet the description of the Little Miss Perfect reputation she'd earned at Christmas Mountain High. She'd traded her pressed pastels for a black sweater, cashmere, if I had to guess, and she'd lost the headband, so her long, dark locks fell loose about her shoulders and she looked more free, or something. Her mom, Ivy Reed, had to be pitching a fit. She'd groomed her daughter to be Stepford wife material, hoping to snag Tom, and produce Thomas Brand V, but the woman before me looked far too independent to make Mama Reed happy, especially with those black high-heeled boots. I made a mental note to borrow them. I hadn't expected to see either of these women tonight or to have such an enthusiastic reception. Their presence made me feel something I hadn't in a long time: belonging. It warmed me to my toes. Kevin looked my way. Roberta's head was on his shoulder. She yawned. When I was with the two of them, I felt something similar to what I was feeling toward my friends, but that sense of belonging wasn't real. It wouldn't last. As soon as the election was over, I'd be back in DC and Kevin wouldn't miss me. And then Ash and Morgan were dragging me away from the crowd. I hadn't even gotten a gingerbread cookie. "What are you doing, Morgan?" Ash demanded, glancing around. "I thought you were in witness protection, hiding from your mom." What was I supposed to do? Morgan pulled out a knit cap, mashed it over her hair and hunched in my shadow. She was dressed for espionage, all in black. I looked out the front window of my salon/furniture store and saw Lexi walking with him. Him being Kevin. Hello, overprotective friends. But hang on. What was Morgan talking about? What's a salon/furniture store? It's a long story. Morgan rolled her eyes as if to say it'd take until Christmas to tell it all. I don't have long. Spill, Lexi. I want to know how Kevin blackmailed you to come here tonight. This, my friends, is how rumors start. Keep your voices down. Now it was me dragging Morgan and Ash away from the crowd. The last thing I needed was them trash-talking my client within hearing distance of voters. I heard someone on the town square talk about Kevin running for mayor, Ash said, scowling. Who does he think he is? And I heard someone in the Sleigh Cafe mention Lexi's running his campaign, Morgan said in a hushed voice, half crouching in front of me. She was still trying to hide from the crowd behind us. Have you lost your mind? I could ask you guys the same question. It took effort to keep my voice down. They were giving me grief. I hadn't seen Ash since high school graduation and I hadn't talked to Morgan by more than a text message in years. I gave back a little of the attitude they were giving. Something's gotten into Ash if she's here with Brent. She's never had the nerve to get that close to him before. But I have no idea why Morgan is dressed as a snow-dwelling ninja. You know I don't like, Ash couldn't complete the sentence. She'd had a crush on Brent since she'd first laid eyes on him. Her gaze drifted to this adult version of the man. He was tall and good-looking, and I hoped he was actually seeing Ash in a new light. I know you like him, I said firmly. And I wish you all the luck in the world, because he'd be lucky to have you. I fixed a crouching Morgan with a stern stare. And what's your story? Let's just say things will go smoother for me if my mother doesn't know I'm here, Morgan whispered. Regardless, Ash said primly. That doesn't explain why you're here with Kevin. Yeah. People are going to think the rumors were true. Morgan was still speaking softly, as if she was sneaking up on the enemy and didn't want them to hear her approach. Don't you care? How can you help him run for mayor? Ash glared at Kevin. Is that his kid? Is he married? Morgan asked, hot on Ash's heels. He's hotter than ever, isn't he? That should be a crime. With these two practically talking over each other, it was just like old times. All we needed were 4 more choir musketeers to be complete. I hurried to answer. Yes, he's hot. No, he's not married. Yes, Roberta is his. And it's just one job, and then I'm done. Their gazes accused me of selling out, of selling myself out. And yes, there was a sickening barrel roll in my stomach, because it was hard to believe completely that I wasn't. I know what I'm doing. Not hardly. Do you too? I'll be honest. I'll be honest for both of us. Ash grinned. We have no clue. I hugged her. Who cared if she wasn't a hugger? I missed you guys. And then I hugged Morgan. Did you agree to sing in the extravaganza? Of course. Morgan nodded, as if there had never been a question in her mind. Something behind me caught her eye and her voice dropped to furtive levels. Miss King's request was the catalyst to my return. I didn't want to sing. Ash's gaze strayed to her mother. But who can turn down Miss King? Nobody. Especially now that she's so sick. I sighed, searching the crowd for Kevin. Come on. I know how much you like this schmaltzy decorating stuff. And I want one of your mother's gingerbread cookies before they're all gone. Speaking of gone. Ash glanced around. Where did Morgan go? She'd ninja'd her way out of there. What a nice young man. His daughter is adorable. Did someone say he was running for office? I think he shook hands with Tiger Woods before that whole mistress thing came to light. A man like that could be just what our town needs. I eavesdropped on townspeople as I hung my ornaments on the other side of the tree, feeling like everything was finally going my way. I'd visited with my childhood friends without any of the awkwardness of separation. I'd had a gingerbread cookie and a cup of hot chocolate, sharing both with little Roberta, while imparting tips to Kevin on how to work the crowd. And he'd reluctantly gone back into the fray when there was no more gingerbread or hot chocolate to feed Roberta. He'll have to marry that Townsend girl to get my vote. I won't support anyone living in sin. I heard Lexi sign the baby over to Kevin because a baby was bad for her career. I bet Kevin proposed and she turned him down. You should vote for him because he stepped up when she didn't. Lexi was a hellion in high school. That was Miss Cross's loud voice. She needed hearing aids. Following in her mother's footsteps, no doubt. That O'Malley boy is better off without her. I hadn't been a hellion, I'd been in the choir. My shoulders stiffened and I nearly dropped the last ornament. Hey! Kevin appeared at my side, whispering, "Time to go. I need to put Bobby to bed." Her name, I said in a tight voice that threatened to snap, is Roberta. I hung the last big golden ball on the tree and marched toward the street. It took me a moment to realize I hadn't driven to the town square and my house was in the opposite direction over the bridge. I was walking toward Kevin's SUV. Calm down. Kevin was close on my heels. You'll wake Roberta. What's got you so upset? Those rumors. Yes. I stopped on the sidewalk near his SUV, which was a decade newer than my car and probably cost more than my annual take-home pay. Behind him, the tree in the town square sparkled with the false promise of a happy holiday. I can remember the first time I heard someone say something mean about my mama. I was twanging in Southern again. I swallowed and continued in a modulated tone. Why is it that men get a free pass when they date? It's like a notch on their belt. While women, we're held to a different standard. I didn't sleep with you or give birth to your baby, but they all think I did and I'm guilty of a crime. He moved closer and rubbed my back. Please don't. I glanced toward the crowd, to Ash, standing near Brent, frowning slightly at me. They'll think we're a couple. What happened to you? Kevin's hand fell away and along with it that extra warmth. When we were kids, one of the things I liked about you was the way you didn't apologize for who you were. That didn't mean it didn't feel bad to be judged, I said in a small voice. Bluster covers a lot of insecurities. Why didn't you ever correct anyone tonight? Why didn't he protect me like he protected Roberta from whatever he was protecting her from? Because no one would believe me. Haven't you heard? I'm the irresponsible O'Malley. He said it with just the right amount of sarcasm to make me feel better. Nobody's perfect. Certainly not me. But the idea that Roberta needed protection did lapse in the back of my mind, circling my desire to be protected with increasing speed. Perfect is what people vote for. He brushed my hair off my shoulders. Once. Twice. And then his fingers combed through my hair. He rested his palm over my ear, and stared deep into my eyes. I was willing to bet my Dooney and Burke tote that in a second he'd ask me to pick up where we left off. 1 second stretched into a good 10. It was all I could do not to lean into his touch and suggest a do-over myself. And why couldn't I? I was a grown woman paying my own bills. I took a deep breath and whispered, "Why does Roberta need protecting?" Wait. What did I just say? Insert sound effect of train derailing. Yes, that was my love life crashing headlong into my career. Why couldn't I wait to ask Kevin that question until tomorrow? The Arnold Schwarzenegger groan tried to army crawl out of my throat. Kevin's hand fell away. He put space between us. Good night, Lex. He hadn't asked me to pick up where we left off. He hadn't answered my question. I hadn't gotten a kiss, and at this rate he wasn't winning any political races. It was for the best. I'd trusted Kevin with my heart before. This was proof that I couldn't trust him with so much as my lipstick case. By listing Kevin's assets. 3 faces stared at me blankly as if I'd just announced a pop quiz, and the first question was the distance of Lima, Peru from the equator. It was the first day of meeting at our new campaign headquarters. I was wearing my leadership clothes, a white blouse beneath a black cardigan over a pencil skirt and maroon pumps, Peter Kaiser, a New York City Soho find. The 4 of us sat at a table near the window of tinsel and tonic. Mid-morning sunlight streamed in on the bar, which I was betting these ladies had never seen the interior of. As for the bar itself, tinsel and tonic cleaned up well. In the daylight, it looked like a quaint pub with sturdy oak tables, captain's chairs, and high-backed booths. It was a new day and I was resolved to stay in my personal lane. Let me rephrase, I said into the void, sucking on an imaginary patience lozenge. If someone asks you why they should vote for Kevin, you'd say, Kevin has the most beautiful golf swing. Jill pushed her thick glasses up her delicate nose. She'd know about his golf swing, having worked forever at the country club. It's as smooth as a baby's bottom. I made a non-committal noise and nodded. Kevin was born here. Lonnie stopped knitting and rearranged the long length of scarf, adding matter-of-factly. He'll probably die here, too. I sucked harder on my make-believe patience lozenge. Kevin never tops off his tank. Doreen wore her bright red and yellow convenience store work shirt. It had a brown stain on the front, as if she'd spilled coffee on herself. And he always tells me if we're out of towels in the men's room. In my mind, I executed a head thunk and crunched the patience lozenge to bits. Kevin has a beautiful daughter. Mama set 4 mugs of steaming coffee in front of us. She stood to my left, leaning one hand on my chair back. She'd said this morning she wanted to help and had come in early to do so. That boy won't be shooting blanks when he gets married. Whoever snares him will be giving her mama lots of gorgeous grandchildren. My eyes shot more than blanks at my mama. Regrouping, I tapped my pen on my empty notepad. Those are all great things. But we need assets that will make people want to vote for Kevin. Our candidate slipped in the door wearing tan khakis, a black leather jacket and wraparound sunglasses. His dark hair was wind mussed and his cheeks full of color. He looked entirely huggable. And I had no right or interest in hugging him. My volunteers cooed over this unexpected appearance. They smiled. They preened. Even my mother. I didn't coo or smile or preen. In fact, I might have seethed a little. Kevin had hijacked my meeting just by showing up, and I had to save it. For example, I raised my voice. To build on Jill's contribution of Kevin's golfing skills, you could say that Kevin is an entrepreneur. He's taken his talent on the golf course and turned it into a lucrative business. That quieted the coos. Or to build on Lonnie's contribution, that Kevin being raised here means he remembers the town's golden years and wants to bring that feeling back. The ladies stilled in their chairs. While Doreen's observations have to do with Kevin's character. I could feel Kevin's eyes upon me. He's grown into a man we can all respect and look up to. I paused, realizing that was true. Did this mean I was going to forgive him his actions at the Halloween dance? Our eyes met. Shoot. I was going to be an adult and forgive him. After all, he'd apologized and didn't seem intent upon using me for personal gain. That didn't mean we were going to start meeting at Flat Rock again. Something fluttered beneath both my hips. It was my eggs all a-quiver over the possibility of Kevin at Flat Rock. Nope, I muttered, staying in my lane. What about my contribution? Mama asked, interrupting my thoughts. Your what? I'd lost my meeting thread, darn it. What about my contribution? Mama's gray eyes had a mischievous slant. You know, how I said Kevin had more babies in him. How can we use that in the campaign? I narrowed my eyes. I owed my mother a pinch. Doreen fidgeted and tossed her hand in the air, waving it and waving it, waiting for me to nod to give her permission to speak. A candidate's charitable causes are important. Kevin could donate sperm to infertile couples. Something clattered to the floor. We all looked up. Sorry, Kevin mumbled, picking up his sunglasses. What an innovative idea, Doreen. Turns out I had a wicked smile of my own, dimpled though it might be. Why don't you find an infertility clinic Kevin can to donate to? Kevin's brows lowered. Lex, can I talk to you outside? Outside? I echoed. Alone? But, we're in the middle of a meeting. I'll run the meeting. Mama pushed me out of the chair and took my place. Go talk about those charitable causes. I glared at my mother, certain the cause on her mind was mothers without grandchildren. Aren't we going outside, too? Lonnie had stopped knitting. I'm here to hear every word. In short, Lonnie had volunteered to overhear nuggets to feed the gossips. Lonnie, my mother said gently, when I wanted to scream. Did anyone ever tell you scarves are only supposed to be 5 feet in length? Lonnie shook her head. I just knit until I run out of yarn. Honey pie, you need to hear a different set of words than the ones that are gonna be spoken outside. Mama patted Lonnie's hand. You need to listen to me. And listen carefully. There was a set-down coming. I loved my mama. But I still had Kevin to deal with. I grabbed my jacket and power walked past Kevin and out the door, heading toward the corner, around which was the Sleigh Cafe. When flustered, it always helped to have a cardboard coffee cup in hand. Lex. Wait up. I turned. Kevin ambled toward me. Long legs. Peak form golfer body. White polo shirt beneath that black leather jacket. And the grin that had won that first kiss from me. My lungs locked down, trapping much needed air. Kevin's step faltered, even as his gaze never left my face. His grin amped up. And then he was bearing down on me like Captain Kirk toward a new, attractive ensign. And I was standing, awaiting him as if I was his to command. He made me forget who I was. I looked down. Oh, yeah. I wasn't wearing a mini skirt and boots. I looked up. Oh, yeah. He wasn't my commander-in-chief. But we both knew there was science between us. Chemistry, to be exact. I forced air into my lungs, squared my shoulders, and planted my conservative maroon pumps on the sidewalk. You shouldn't smile at me like that. I glanced around to see who might be watching, because someone always seemed to be watching me. Mayors don't smile like that. I corrected myself. Unexpectedly, Kevin glanced to the ceiling above us. I'd stopped beneath the canopy of Kathy's consignment shop. She'd hung a sprig of mistletoe tied with red curly ribbon. Kevin inched closer, lowering his head and his voice. Nice shoes. Did you plan to stop here? You mean, do I want to kiss you? My heart thumped an answer, but I was on company time. Look. Here's a news flash for you. I'm going to quit if you don't tell me the truth about Roberta. His grin fell between us, a silent and welcome death. Relationships of any kind are based on trust. I lowered my voice. Thinking back, we never had that. I hoped there was something else between us, but the only time I felt safe in our relationship was when you were with me. His gaze softened. But I don't even have that anymore, because I can't trust myself when I'm with you. Shoot. Overshare. I waved the comment off. You're just a guy I used to kiss. You're a stranger to me and you're asking me to stay because you need a loyal sidekick. I took a step closer, hating that there was hurt in his eyes. Hating more that his pain tangled like bitter knots in my chest. But here's the thing. I can't be loyal to someone who doesn't tell me the truth. His mouth worked, and then he said, my dad. Yes, your dad. Of course, your dad. I lost hold of my patience. The crazy had been released. Words burst out of me without thought or consequence. Geez, Kevin, your father is trying to play you like a puppet. First, he wanted to make money off your golf skills, and instead of laying all that to rest when you body slammed my reputation, you let him get in your head. I pointed to my temple. He shows up to watch you play and you fold like a flimsy kid's toy. And now you feel the need to engage him in a fruitless power play. I tossed my hands and took a step back toward the bar. Roberta is my father's child. I felt like I was caught in the funnel of a huge wave. Rolling. Rolling. There was a roaring in my ears. The concrete beneath my feet felt unsteady. And I was cold. So very cold. Protection. Kevin wanted to protect his daughter, Brian's daughter, Kevin's half-sister, from Brian. The man who gave me the heebie-jeebies and embezzled from his own family. Oh, sweet stars above. That's why Kevin didn't correct rumors. That's why he'd never mentioned Roberta's mother's name. That's why he hadn't told me the truth. Because he didn't trust me to keep quiet. The bottom dropped out in the wave and my knees buckled. He didn't know me. He couldn't know me. We'd been apart for 12 years. Kevin's hand steadied me. I stared up into his face. How could he look at me like I was someone he cared for when he hadn't trusted me with an earth-shattering, career-ending revelation like this? And by career-ending, I meant mine. Lex. A man's voice reached past my shock. I turned slowly. A short, middle-aged man in an expensive gray suit walked toward us. John Bennett. My boss. I'm so glad you came. I opened the door to tinsel and tonic for John and ushered him past me. We're making progress here. I can tell, John said in a neutral voice. Kevin had his hand on the door above my head, holding it open. I swatted his hand aside and let the door swing closed, leaving us both outside. Liar, I whispered. And then I poked his chest, repeatedly, as I said, liar. 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 I shouldn't have told you. There he stood. Strong, solid, remorseful. I should have been happy that he looked penitent. That was more of an apology than I'd gotten from the dance debacle after it happened. Like you can't trust me with a secret when I've kept yours for a dozen years. My gullible heart, which felt like it hadn't learned a thing since freshman year in high school, felt as if it had been drop-kicked, landed on a whale harpoon, and deflated. Maybe this time I'd learn. I take it your father doesn't know. Kevin gave the barest of nods. What happens when he finds out? I shook my finger at Kevin, not waiting for him to answer. I'll tell you what'll happen. He's going to play the betrayed, heartbroken father, who was denied a true relationship with his daughter. How's that going to play out on voting day? He's not going to find out. Erica promised me I could have custody. Erica. I fisted my hands and pressed them against my cheeks so I wouldn't combust over his naivete. Erica, the woman who was emotionally unstable. You don't think she's going to get in a better place and realize what a great kid she gave up? You don't think when Christmas rolls around and she unpacks Roberta's stocking with the rest of her holiday decorations that she's not going to speed into town and demand her daughter back? Calm down. His head was tilted back, as if he was trying to absorb my anger and doing a poor job of it. Let's talk about this rationally, without all the worst-case scenarios. Preparing for worst-case scenarios is part of the reason you hired me. I tugged my jacket down and flung the door open. John sat at the table with my volunteers. He wasn't smiling. Lonnie was knitting, but glancing at John between every knit one purl too. From the state of the notepad in front of Doreen, she'd created a list of infertility clinics. And Jill? She'd scooted her chair back from the table and looked as if she was considering the door. The bar is about to open. Mama laid a small drink napkin in front of John. She was wearing white leggings, a green holiday sweater and a smile that said she found my boss attractive. What can I get you? Sidecar? Manhattan? Whiskey on the rocks. Staring at Kevin and me, John gave his order. Rum and Diet Coke. Mama might not have breathed for a second or two. She certainly didn't move. Are you an interior decorator? I almost tripped over my own 2 feet trying to get to the table. I'm so sorry. This is my mother. Lexi Townsend. She's off her medication. John's head whipped around. He assessed my mother, from her big hair to her big cleavage. You shouldn't ask questions like that. It's politically incorrect, Kevin said, somewhat wearily. Insensitive, I added, crossing my arms and standing on one side of John. Doreen dropped her pencil and Jill settled into her seat, prepared for the show. Sweet boss man, the only folk around here who order rum and Diet Coke are underage girls with fake IDs and decorators from Bozeman shopping the antique store. To my chagrin, Mama wasn't apologizing. She stared down her nose at John. Not that there's anything wrong with decorators from Bozeman. Now, you can either order a man's drink or you can explain to me why I should make you rum and Diet Coke. John's soft brown brows knitted. Are you refusing me service? Make him the drink, Mama, I said through gritted teeth. Hold up. Kevin came to Mama's rescue. I'm curious as well. I was fired, for sure. But John laughed. Welcome to Heartland America. He touched my mother's forearm. I'm on the clock, counting calories, and rum and Diet Coke is so hideous I won't drink much of it. Oh, you poor misguided man. Mama smiled. I have just what you need. Gin and tonic. John's smile spread. And it went on a little too long, if you asked me, plus his gaze followed Mama across the room. I wanted to say, back off. That's my mother. But I'd just reconfirmed that my client was scum of the earth in the political arena. Kevin couldn't just adopt his father's child without his permission, and I'd be needing John's mercy when I told him the situation here. Lex, we need to talk. That was Kevin, not John. No time. I brushed him off. John, why are you here? We'll get to that. John glanced at his watch. Kevin, she's right. You're expected at the country club for a meet and greet in 15 minutes. Hey. I flinched. That's not on my schedule. No, John gave me a half smile. It's on Brian's. I want Kevin to crash it. His father won't throw him out in front of an audience. I wasn't so sure. Dismissed, Kevin pressed his perfectly formed lips together and caught my eye. You'll be there. We'll be along, John said firmly. More like John would be along, because it looked like he was going to fire me. Kevin left, but not without one of those searching looks of his. What was he looking for? Need I ask? I already knew the truth. Unless I didn't know the whole truth. My stomach did a flying Walenda's, landing without a net near my pumps. I passed out lawn and window signs, along with flyers to my volunteers, scheduled a meeting for later in the week, and ushered them out the door. Lonnie required a bag to stuff her scarf in so it wouldn't tangle in her wheels. She was fast with those needles. Mama returned with John's drink and lingered, sharing a smile with my supervisor that wasn't meant for the workplace. I suppose John was attractive for a man old enough to be my father. His forehead didn't extend to the top of his head, and he had all the hair at his crown, although it was a light brown, softening with gray. And when he was smiling at Mama, he didn't look like a benign dinosaur who could be riled and spit venom. Mama, can you go do inventory or something while my boss and I talk? Certainly. Her voice had a breathy quality and she walked off with too much chica in her boom. When she disappeared, and John remembered I was sitting next to him, I blurted, "Go ahead. Fire me." For what? John seemed genuinely surprised. Operating in a small market with few resources and a subpar candidate. Relief rushed through my veins so fast, I almost giggled. Instead, I sat with posture even Harriet Miller would approve of, wearing what I hoped was a neutral expression on my face. Because if I wasn't going to be fired, I'd have to see this campaign through with Kevin. John sat up, leaned his elbows on the table, and looked me in the eye. Do you know how Cyrus and I developed a winning formula for elections? I shook my head. John tapped the tabletop. We lost a lot of elections. I sat back in my captain's chair. You lie. John appeared to notice his drink for the first time, and took a sip. We lost so much, our opponents were heartened to see us get hired. He examined his gin and tonic from all angles, and then took another drink. And then a miracle happened. I thought you didn't believe in miracles. Mama came out from the back and leaned over the bar, wiping it with a rag, but giving my boss plenty to look at. This is my boss. I glared at Mama and made a cutting sign across my throat. And again, that's my mother. John wiped a hand over his face. He was less intimidating like this, human with his interest in a drink and a woman. Where was I? The miracle. Please tell me about the miracle and stop ogling my mother. Yes. He didn't stop staring at my mamacita. We learned to spot what it takes to be a winner. It took a lot of lemons for us to realize there are just a few indicators of a candidate's viability. Clearly, this formula of yours has flaws. I lowered my voice. Because you marked Kevin. I might have misdirected you in that regard. John's gaze turned to mine, and from the slant of his brows and the set to his mouth, he seemed to be saying he was disappointed. We sent you down here as a test, Lex. You should have seen it right away. You should have come back Thanksgiving weekend. I nodded. The weight of failure came to rest on my shoulders. I'd never flunked a test. But I'd never let emotions from the past get in the way of my job before. You've spent 2.5 weeks down here. Anne. I'm fired. I did a quick mental calculation of my bank accounts and eyed John's drink. If he did fire me, I was going to make a statement and down his gin and tonic. Not so fast. The corner of John's mouth twitched upward. You got me curious. He sipped his drink until it was half gone. I just told you I have a long track record of failure. I sent you here to learn, Lex. You sent me here to let me spread my wings. To let me rise or fall on my own. I couldn't help myself. I hugged him. He patted me awkwardly. I take it you're falling. Flat on my face. I grinned, releasing him. Kevin's got a secret that could blow up in his face. And the town, I cut myself off before I whined about my rumor magnetism. Forget the town for a minute. Now, flawed candidates, John was intelligent. I'd seen him talk, answer Chapter 9. I entered the ballroom at the country club and stopped in my maroon heels. A waiter drifted toward me with a tray of what looked like Arnold Palmer's, lemonade on the bottom, iced tea on top. His black slacks were too baggy and his tuxedo jacket looked too big. Welcome to small town, upper crust Montana. I stepped into the young man's path, and took a glass with a straw. Am I the only woman here? Yes, ma'am. He edged closer, whispering, better get food while there's some left. It's a stand-up buffet. He nodded toward the corner where a small table had been picked over of food before moving on. I may have had my employer's blessing to proceed, but I was still operating at a deficit, and not just because I was the only woman in the room. I had no idea what good Brian was touting he'd bring to town. I sipped my drink, leaned against the wall and tried to catch snippets of conversation. Kevin was on the other side of the room, standing out from the other suits in his white polo and tan khakis. I wanted to mingle and take the pulse of the room, but I was afraid as the only woman I'd steal some of Kevin's thunder. From this distance, he seemed to be holding his own. The men around him were smiling and engaged in what seemed to be flowing conversation. His father, on the other hand, was guffawing like an untrained musician trying to play the bagpipes. You clean up nice, Lexi. Thomas Brand IV sidled closer. He wore an expensive gray suit with a tie that looked like it was vomit-stained but was probably artistically inspired. He held a glass that was either vodka on the rocks or ice water. Still got an eye for good footwear. And you for good liquor, Tom. I hear Morgan's back in town. He very casually didn't look at me. He'd broken Morgan's heart back in the day and, like Kevin, was probably looking for round two. I very casually shrugged, willing to lie to protect my friend. If Morgan's here, I haven't seen her. Liar, he whispered, spinning around without spilling a drop and moving on. Liar. I called Kevin a liar this morning. But this was different. I was lying to protect Morgan, while he was lying to protect his adorable little sister from his money-grubbing father. A noble lie. I set my empty glass down on a side table. I had to set aside the fact that Kevin hadn't trusted me enough to tell me the complete truth on Thanksgiving, and focus on honing my skills as a campaign manager. In other words, winning. My personal feelings couldn't get in the way of my job. The buffet was picked clean. Men began to head toward the exit, glancing at me as they passed. Here's a surprise, my boss was a no-show. Pretty slick move. Brian appeared next to me unexpectedly, almost as if he'd dropped from a cobweb from the ceiling. Having Kevin crash my event. I never said I was going to play fair. Although I had been. You and Kevin should debate. Soon, before Kevin's secret came out. It was trying to come out now, inching its way up the back of my throat. I swallowed thickly, which probably made me look scared. Brian chuckled in that spine-chilling way of his. And how would that work to my advantage? Oh, I don't know. I swiveled one foot as if I was grinding a small scary creature to dust. Maybe to prove that you have a big heart when it comes to your son. Or that you're confident in your chances. But I was hoping it would prove to the town that Kevin was a serious candidate, worth a second look. Rather than wait for his answer, I wandered out the back door into the brisk afternoon. An older bald man with a bulbous nose was taking swings on the driving range. His follow-through was horrible. But it was amusing and worth standing in the chill to hear him mutter. Kevin walked past me. Harold, your swing is still short. He greeted the old man with a warm hug. You try swinging when you get old. He bent to tee up a ball, nearly falling forward. It's harder than harvesting maple syrup during an ice storm. It's all about strength and stretching. Kevin took both of the elderly man's arms and swung them slowly to the side, holding them out and gently increasing the angle with every swing. Harold groaned. Not even my wife contorts me like this. Kevin pivoted his arms the other way. If you love golf, you need to stretch every day. When he was done torturing the poor man, he handed him his club. Try it now. Harold waggled his hips and swung smoothly. Keep it up. Kevin walked toward me. He didn't stop when he reached me. He took my arm and steered me toward the pro shop. I'm giving you a golf lesson. Out on the course. We won't keep score. Why? I decided not to mention that I'd taken golf lessons for years. Because we'll be able to talk uninterrupted. We entered the golf shop. It was filled with every luxury a well-heeled golfer needed. Lex needs shoes and a set of clubs. He stared at my legs. And a pair of pants. Put it all on my tab. 30 minutes later, we were at the first tee, me in a new pair of women's gray golf pants and shoes, which were much nicer than the golf shoes I had at home. Kevin had gotten us a cart and loaded our golf bags in the back. It was parked on the path 30 feet away. You're awfully quiet. Kevin set a ball on a tee. I'm not the one who needs to talk. Good point. Watch. His swing was a thing of beauty. His ball landed on the fairway so far away I had to squint to see it. I'm sure Harold would have wept had he been here to witness this. Kevin set up another ball. Come on over. I'll piggyback you through the motions. No need. I waved him off, settling into my stance with a waggle of my hips. I'd thought of Kevin with every golf lesson I'd taken. It would be good to show off, if only a little. I didn't suck at golf. Most days. I relaxed my shoulders and stared at the ball. Pulled back. Let it rip. The ball shanked to the left. I suppose you meant to do that, Kevin said, straight-faced. I could still help you with that swing. I'm good. I took a second swing. Rusty. That's what I was. My ball went nearly straight up in the air. It bounced about 20 feet away. When I got back to DC, I was going to reserve some golf lessons. For now, I tried to will my cheeks to stop heating. You are fast approaching what looks to be a double bogey score. Kevin sounded gleeful. I glared at him and his grin. You said we weren't keeping score. Oops. I lined myself up and hit a wonderful shot. For me, at least. It landed about 50 feet behind Kevin's ball. Just needed to find my rhythm. I lifted my nose in the air and set off toward the golf cart. You've taken lessons. His long stride made it easy for him to catch up to me. Exuberance vibrated from him like a puppy on the scent of a rabbit. You learned golf. For me. Don't be so self-centered. Or so right. Do you know how much business gets conducted on the golf course? He stopped me with a hand on my arm. Golf isn't a multitasking sport. It's freedom. It's a challenge. He flashed that grin again. And you suffered through it for me. Dad D. Roberta toddled ahead of Virginia, looking adorably determined. Her pink jacket matched her pink tennis shoes. Her black polka dot leggings were edged with white lace. Her blonde curls were framed by a white knit cap with a pink pom-pom. Dad D. Go ride. I hope my mother doesn't see her looking like this, I said as Kevin closed the gap between them. She'd challenge you for custody. Looking like a radiant, fashionable grandma, Virginia stayed on the sidewalk and waved. I'm off to shop in Bozeman. Take care of my little darling. I wondered if she'd feel the same about Roberta if she knew her little darling was a product of her husband's wandering eye. Kevin swung Roberta into his arms. Wave bye-bye to Grandma. Bye-bye. Roberta flapped her hand. And then she turned my way. Hi. Go ride. Yep. Kevin planted a kiss on Roberta's cheek and headed back toward me. We're going for a ride. We loaded up in the cart. It quickly became apparent why Roberta had wanted to go for a ride. Kevin let her sit in his lap and pretend to steer. She made motorboat sounds, giving me the O'Malley grin when I swiped at a stray bit of drool. She's your half-sister? I asked when we stopped underneath a tree near my ball. I got out, selected a club, and set off for the fairway. Yes. Kevin put Roberta on her feet, took her hand, grabbed a club, and followed me. Don't kid yourself that my dad would want her. He'd take whatever makes her stand out and try to make a buck off of her, beauty, golf skill, whatever. I had nothing much to offer as a kid, hence the reason he offered me up to the pharmaceutical industry as a paid guinea pig. I pretended to survey where my ball had landed and where it needed to go as if it'd make any difference as to which club I'd choose or how I'd make my shot. Is this the first time your dad has strayed? And does your mother know? About her husband's philandering? About the baby? You want the dirty details? Oh, his voice disapproved. No, sir. The last thing I wanted to hear about was Brian's affair, or was it affairs, and his mother's reaction. Just give me the basic facts so I know what I'm dealing with. I took a swing at my ball and missed. Gah. I hated golf when I sucked at it. Kevin chuckled. What did I say about this being a non-multitasking sport? I shushed him, settling into my stance and concentrating on my swing instead of my curiosity. The ball went sailing, seemed to ride the wind, and landed just shy of a sand pit about 30 feet from the green. Impressive. Kevin walked toward his ball at Roberta's pace, which was slow. It was a good thing no one was behind us on this blustery day. We could take our time on the hole. But I had no more patience for Kevin's reticence. Spill, O'Malley. This isn't the first time my dad's been unfaithful. The admission came slowly. He trolls the tournaments for young VIPs. But this is the first time you've seen the evidence. You aren't evidence, Bobby. Kevin's baby talk elbowed its way into my chest. What kind of man stepped up to raise his half-sister like this? The right kind of man, my heart whispered. I swatted the whisper away, as if it was a mosquito looking to land on my face. And your mother? Kevin gave me that searching look, shrugging. I don't know. I hated that look. I hated that response. My mouth was full of the crankies, and it was hard to say civilly, you need to tell your father who Roberta is. Be proactive. He frowned with his entire body, tense shoulders, tense brow, tense stare. What purpose would it serve? Justice. Truth. The fear of God. The crankies ran rampant in my reply. He chose to ignore me and my cranks. We reached his ball. Kevin knelt next to Roberta. You stay here with Lex while Daddy shoots. Okay. She held her chubby little hands toward me in the universal toddler sign meaning, pick me up. I obliged. What are you going to say to people when they ask if Roberta is Brian's? I won't answer, the same way I don't answer when they ask about you being her mother. Kevin set his feet, checked the horizon ahead, and then took his swing. Again, it was beautiful to watch. Again, his ball went farther than mine, bouncing on the green close to the flag. He turned and led us back to the golf cart at a good clip, but he kept slipping sideways glances at me with that searching look. Enough with the looks already, I said impatiently. Had I not been holding Roberta, I might have bonked him on the noggin with my 5-wood. Tell me the truth. Why did you hire me? Silence. He took my club from me, and returned both his and my club to their respective bags. Silence. We settled back in the golf cart with Roberta claiming a seat in his lap, but Kevin didn't move and I was resolved not to speak until he did. I grew up playing this course, Kevin said finally, glancing at the canopy of tree limbs above us. I think I was 7 the first time I beat my sister. She refused to play after that. He glanced over at me, a wry smile on his face. Moira was one of Ms. King's girls and 4 years older than me. She's a doctor now, right? A neurosurgeon. Moira and Dad don't get along too well. His smile evaporated. I think she learned about his wandering eye long before I did. From what I could tell, you've never been close to your father either. None of this explained why he'd called me. Kevin shook his head. My father doesn't like to lose. The first time I beat him on the golf course, I was 10. And that changed everything. He surveyed the hole ahead, but still didn't give the card any juice. I had golf lessons every day after that. I was entered in tournaments nearly every weekend. But it wasn't until high school that I realized he wasn't helping me to reach my own potential. He's always looking for an angle for himself. A way to make money. His voice lowered. A way to meet women. When did you learn about Roberta? Is that why you began to lose when he came to qualifying rounds this year? How far was Kevin willing to go to protect this little girl? I didn't mean to lose. His words were sharp and barbed, full of wounded pride. I held up my hands, backing off. Roberta grew tired of pretending to drive and fell back against Kevin's chest, her eyelids heavy. I meant to confront Dad about Bobby, I really did. He tugged down Roberta's jacket. But what would the truth do to my mom? And how would Dad mess with Bobby's head if he knew she was his? That's when I knew what I had to do. I had to say she was mine. But why run for mayor? Why not just return to the circuit with a nanny? He looked aghast. Living out of hotels is no way to raise a child. But, you don't want to be mayor. He frowned. I want to be a good dad. And I want to show my father that he can't always win. But you love golf. Yeah, well. He pressed a kiss to the top of Roberta's head and then looked at me as if he wanted to press a kiss to mine. I can love other things just as much. My heart did the Kevin O'Malley two-step, and then line danced to a fast tune. Kevin had been navigating uncharted waters with Roberta. All those searching looks had been assessing me to see if I was trustworthy enough to tell the truth. Kevin wasn't perfect, but he was honorable and had a heart big enough to change his life to benefit one little girl. He deserved to be mayor. Look, Bobby. Kevin pointed above us, into the trees. Mistletoe. You know what mistletoe means, don't you? Kiss. Roberta turned her face up for a kiss. Kevin obliged, and then turned to me with a gaze as warm as melted dark chocolate. You can't fight a tradition. Part of me wanted to. Knowing the truth didn't make my time here any easier. Kissing Kevin wouldn't make my time here any easier. Still, I didn't move away or protest. Kevin's lips touched mine, tentative at first, as if relearning the curve of my mouth. And then he deepened the kiss, drawing me closer. Or as close as we could be in a golf cart with a toddler in his lap. My heart applauded. My mind returned to those brisk fall days along the river where his hand clasped mine, where I could turn into his warmth if the breeze turned chilly, where we'd kiss lazily as if we had all the time in the world to love and be loved in return. But we hadn't had time. I drew back, determined, if reluctant. I can't do this again. I said the words on a whisper, still half hopeful for another kiss. Kevin grinned and my heart beat faster. He'd always been a mind reader. He bent to taste my lips again. To brand me as his, if only in Christmas Mountain. Me, Roberta said, pushing us apart. Kiss me. I swear, that girl was destined to be part of a friendship circle like the one I'd been a part of since I was 12. She had a girlfriend's best interest at heart. I kissed her cheek. What a little love bug. Kevin kissed the top of her head and put the cart in motion. I didn't think I could love her like this. I thought I'd feel responsible for her, but not as if she's the center of my world. His gaze turned to me once more. Along with you. The wind whipped my hair because I hadn't used Aqua Net, and nearly knocked me out of the cart. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? That we had a future together. I knew asking for you was the right thing, Lex. His smile covered a lot of territory, from I want to kiss you again to I've always loved you. You understand now why I need you to go along with the impression of Bobby as our child. Or I could be reading him completely incorrectly. I don't. Kevin, this is going to bite your political aspirations in the booty and drag you down. We have to change our strategy and come clean about this. He drove up to the green. I'm not changing anything. His voice was as cold as the wind coming down from the snowy mountain peak above us. Don't overdramatize this. This isn't an episode of Real Housewives. I leapt out of the cart and chose a lob wedge to chip my way toward the hole. I'm pointing out risks, not drama. And you better hope no one on our campaign team gets wind of this. Lonnie is looking for juicy gossip. Lex. My name is Lexi. I can't believe you're doing this to me again. To you? His voice was as chilly as the wind. As far as I can tell, this affects Bobby more than it does you. Her name is Roberta. I resisted stamping my foot. Why do you insist on shortcutting everything? Because love is a one-syllable word. He grabbed my arm and spun me around. The shorter the name, the more I love them. Pretty soon, I'll be calling her Bob. And she'll like it. His gaze roamed my face. Lex. Lex. Short for Lexi. My chest felt as if an old, overweight senator had collapsed upon it. Kevin couldn't love me. We hadn't been with each other in years. We were different people than we'd been as teens. He was focusing on the idyllic times at Flat Rock, just as I'd been when I returned. But we weren't kids anymore. Gently, I disengaged myself, backing away. And then I walked in a tight circle around my ball the same way I was walking around the lines Kevin had drawn around himself in the sand. Nothing in my life has ever been easy. Everything I've earned has been hard-won. I don't make excuses and I don't take shortcuts. Kevin pressed his lips together. I used to love you. I pounded my club into the grass, trying to pound sense into my heart. I used to think you were this wild force of nature who was brave enough to break the rules and be with me. But now I know the truth. My throat threatened to close. This was the end. This was love and dreams and happily ever afters coming to an end. Now I know that every choice you made came from fear. Not just then, but now. You'd rather avoid confrontation than deal with the messy aspects of life. We stared at each other over the truths I'd voiced. We stared, and didn't speak. Not of truths or of longing. Certainly not of love. We stared, and my heart broke along the same lines as before. Only this time the scars would be deeper and longer lasting. I dropped the club and walked back to the clubhouse. The wind crisscrossed the green, whipping my hair into a frenzied mess, just so Mama could say I told you so later, I'm sure. Kevin didn't argue. He didn't ask me not to go. He didn't chase me down and promise to correct the rumors or find a compromise. If asked, John would have said Kevin was uncoachable. If asked, I would have said Kevin didn't love me. Chapter 10. The Christmas Mountain Community Center looked unsafe and unwelcome, like a wound that festered and made me want to look away. Once, it had been like a golden palace to me, a place where seniors taught kids how to play chess, so classy, and Ms. King's strong voice filled the building like a soprano filled an opera house. Now, it looked the way I felt inside. Broken boards, cracked steps, shattered windows. A place that was once filled with laughter and song. Now, it was hollow. I sat in the parking lot and wondered how I could back out of singing on Christmas Day. I'd tell John my assessment of my flawed candidate. I'd go back to D.C. and I'd be wiser for this failure. But I couldn't leave without going to see Ms. King one last time. I drove to her house and parked in front. There were still no holiday lights on outside, but I could see a Christmas tree through the front window. I trudged up the walk, up the steps, forcing my hand to ring the bell. While I waited for Ms. King to open the door, I fingered my red and green friendship bracelet beneath the cuff of my sleeve. I wanted to sing with Ash and Morgan and the others. And yet, if I left, I didn't think I could bring myself to return to sing on Christmas. Ms. King didn't answer, but I could see the television was on. My heart leapt into my throat and I knocked harder, calling out, "Ms. King? Melody?" No response. I tried the door. It was unlocked. The heater was on and it must have been in the mid-70s inside. "Melody?" I peered around the door, but the living room was empty. "I'm back here," came a drained reply. "In my bedroom." I closed the door and then hurried down the hall. What if she'd fallen? What if she was too weak to get out of bed? Ms. King lay on a pink rose-patterned rug with her legs curled to one side. She wore fuzzy pink socks and two-piece white flannel pajamas with the Peanuts gang singing around a Christmas tree. I hesitated in the doorway. "Are you okay?" I didn't fall. She reached a swollen hand toward me, putting on a brave smile. I was trying to do a little yoga. I hurried forward and helped her to stand, and then sit on the bed. She weighed so little. What brought on this yen to zen? She made a frustrated sound, too dainty to ever qualify as Arnold Schwarzenegger-ish. "All the girls I've talked to in person agreed to sing on Christmas Day." She flashed me her characteristic, good-natured smile. And then the corners of her mouth drooped the other way, as limp as the silver hair sticking up on the back of her head. "They've been telling me to try and keep moving, to stay flexible and strong for the road ahead of me. Treatments and such." Our singing had motivated Ms. King to do something positive, to look forward instead of back. In her letter, she'd mentioned that she needed someone to believe in her again. Back in the day, we'd benefited from her believing in us. I understood her letter now. She needed us to need her, to give her something to look forward to be positive and help her put on that brave front. I sat on the bed and hugged her. Not out of show, and not because I needed a hug after leaving Kevin on the golf course, but out of love. There were times when I'd needed more than a kind-hearted mother or a close-knit circle of friends. There were times when I'd needed acceptance rather than discipline and truth rather than unconditional support. And during those times, Miss King had listened to my lows and bolstered my courage to reach for my dreams. I couldn't leave town before Christmas. I'm wondering, I said with my arms still slung across her frail shoulders. If you should contain your stretching efforts to the middle of the bed. She sniffed. Not the big juicy sniffs I'd made in the car on the drive down the hill from the country club, but a proper lady, I will not cry without a tissue sniff. I can do that, as long as you don't tell anyone that I couldn't get up off the floor. She gave me a watery grin. That I was still in my pajamas after lunch. Did you have lunch? Because I haven't. Her stomach grumbled and she gave a low chuckle. I'll get dressed if you make us something to eat. Do you need my help getting clothes on? I would be in a fine state indeed if I couldn't get off the floor and couldn't dress myself. I'll take that for a no. I stood and, under her direction, gathered clothes for her to wear, laying them on the bed. Ms. King pushed her walker into the kitchen several minutes later. She looked much more like herself in cream slacks and a teal twin set. She'd even combed her hair and put on a little makeup. But when she sat down, she asked me to retrieve the pink afghan from the living room and lay it on her lap. He's worth it, you know, Ms. King said when she was settled. If you're talking about Kevin, I'm not sure he is. I slid a grilled spam and cheese sandwich onto a gold-rimmed china plate next to a cucumber and tomato salad, and set it on the kitchen table next to a similarly filled plate. He lies by omission. All those rumors. He could clear them up if he wanted. But at what cost, my heart whispered, dredging up an image of Roberta's smile. Well, we all tell little lies every day. She sank into a chair and stared at the lunch I'd made. Oh, you use my good china. It elevates the dining experience. I sat next to her. She chuckled. That's a lie. I refuse to be baited. We chewed our spam and cheese sandwiches in silence. Somewhere, a dog barked. Somewhere, Roberta was grinning at the world. That girl deserved to be loved like all get out. Begrudgingly, I admitted to myself that Kevin would do just that. Who, I wondered, would love me like all get out? My heart had no answer. Miss King set down her sandwich and wiped her fingers with a napkin. I lied to you. Are we going to do this? Was she really going to take Kevin's side? The tips of Miss King's bloated fingers rested on the edge of the table, as if they rested on piano keys and she was about to play. I told you my kidneys weren't holding up as well as the rest of me. The truth is, I'm afraid none of me is holding up well. This isn't about how well you're holding up. But I didn't challenge her assessment. It had been frightening to discover her unable to get off the floor. No. It's about how well you're holding up. She drew a deep breath. And how we all lie a little every day to protect ourselves. Whether it's our privacy or our sense of who we are. You'd have told me if Kevin had lied about something with life or death consequences. I know Kevin. He was wild in his teenager years, but he wasn't mean-spirited. He had a reason for whatever falsehood he refused to correct. I kept eating, not looking at her, thinking about that Halloween dance, putting it in the context of the pressure Kevin had been under. He'd spoken as if humiliating me had saved his life, or at least his golf career. And then there was the deception regarding Roberta's parentage. A choice Kevin made to protect Roberta and his mother. Would Roberta thank me one day for keeping her secret? Or would she resent me for not forcing Kevin to tell the truth? And what about Virginia? Did she want to know the truth? Or would it break her? Ms. King set her fork on her plate with barely a sound. In your job, the important one in Washington, D.C., do you brag about where you came from? This small town in the remote mountains of Montana. No. Do you tell those high-powered senators you work with that your mother is an honest, hard-working bartender with only a high school education? Not unless they ask. Not unless she couldn't divert their attention. And then you probably speak of Maisie defensively, as if there's something wrong with her. Guilt pounded at my temples. I stuffed the rest of the sandwich in my mouth and wondered how quickly I could leave. I know where you're going with this, I said, fingers covering my mouth, manners out the window. We all distort the truth, Lexi. You want me to forgive Kevin? I shook my head slowly, stomach sick from injustice and greasy spam. You want me to endorse the rumors? I want you to realize Kevin is human. Fallible. This last word came out on a frail thread. I'm fragile too, I said quietly, sounding like I was 14 again and heartbroken over being publicly humiliated. And that was the chest-squeezing crux of the matter. I wanted Kevin to be my knight in shining armor. Still. After he'd already staked me out for the dragon once. And now he'd pledged himself to protect innocent little Roberta. She needed it. I understood that. But my heart wanted Kevin to pledge to protect me, too. Ms. King's cold hand covered mine. If you judge yourself on what other people think, you're holding yourself to the wrong standard. It's what the people who love you know about you, more than what others say. Kevin thought I was strong. Stronger than Virginia or Roberta's mother. You knew this when you lived here, Miss King added softly. How true. During those days at Flat Rock, I'd thought Kevin knew me. And he had, as much as I'd let him. And after the Halloween dance, I'd surrounded myself by the ones who knew me best in town, Mama, Miss King, and my choir friends. I hadn't been brave enough to put myself out there and befriend other kids. Which explained a lot about my lack of a social life in D.C. I hadn't opened up to anyone since I was 14. I hadn't wanted to. Not until now. With Kevin. But more importantly, Miss King was saying. It's how you feel about yourself and who you are inside that counts. She leaned back in her chair, a knowing look in her eyes. The rest is just smoke and mirrors, like those fancy shoes you wear. I hung my head, resting my temples in my palms. You want me to be the bigger person? Maybe. Or maybe I just want you to understand why Kevin's secrets upset you. She rubbed my back. Is it the words and impressions, those rumors, that bother you? Or the fact that he hid something from you? I was afraid it was the latter. A funny thing was going on at the front porch of Townsend Manor when I pulled up. And it wasn't my boss and my mother getting frisky on the porch swing. Kevin was pounding nails into the fence railing while Roberta sat on the steps wearing earbuds and bouncing her head to a beat only she could hear, sending that pink pom-pom dancing. What are you doing here, Kevin? I resented his presence. I'd wanted the chance to absorb Miss King's words alone and come to terms with my feelings and how I'd interact with Kevin for the rest of the campaign. Isn't it obvious? He didn't look at me as he placed another nail. I'm fixing the railing so someone doesn't get hurt. He pounded the nail in, forcing me to wait until he was done to talk. Roberta saw me and grinned. Hi. And then her attention returned to the music. The song she was listening to must have been too good to share, because she didn't offer me an earbud. Kevin finished nailing and tugged on the railing. It didn't budge. He came around to sit with Roberta on the porch step, setting down his hammer. Roberta leaned against his side, still doing the head bop. My heart lodged in my throat. This was a dream of mine, coming home after a hard day's work to find my little family waiting for me. Only this wasn't my family. It wasn't even Kevin's family. Not in the truest sense. What do you want, Kevin? I want the same thing I wanted when I was 18. His eyes blazed with familiar heat. I want peace. I want to come home to a family who doesn't argue or use each other for personal gain. His gaze wasn't searching. It didn't measure the secret sauce inside Lexi Townsend. Kevin's secrets had finally been stripped bare. But my emotions were just as raw. Good. Find a girl. Settle down in Christmas Mountain. Be the mayor. The greatest Christmas gift he could give me this holiday season was winning office. The wind ruffled his dark hair. If I'm elected mayor, I'll need help doing the right thing. I've never held office before. Plus I love golf and I love being a dad. I might be distracted without the right staff. I was wondering if you'd be interested. It's not exactly White House Chief of Staff, but... Our gazes collided. Air left my lungs with a whoosh. Are you asking me to stay? Deprived of oxygen, I could barely get the words out. Yes. He wrapped an arm around Roberta and drew her closer. Help me win the election, Lex. Stay with us. I pulled out my cell phone, checking the date and time, just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Did you hear me? Yes. This is my version of pinching myself. I sat on the step beneath them even though I had enough energy rushing through my veins to twirl like I was a contestant on Dancing with the Stars. Kevin was asking me to stay. But the wood was cold and hard beneath my bottom, like life. Kevin had asked me to stay and work for him, not stay and be with him. Unless he hadn't had a chance to say the right words. Why would you ask me that? Because you're smart and talented and principled. He frowned. And earlier, you said you loved me. Joy drained from me so fast, my fingers prickled. I also said you were making choices in your life because of fear. I know that hasn't changed since we talked. Besides, and here my voice unraveled to a single, fragile strand. When I mentioned love, I was talking about the past tense. You've never mentioned love. I hated how he made me feel defenseless. I hated how he made me feel envious of the love he so openly gave to a wonderful little girl. You know I care for you. Do I? He hadn't put any of his feelings toward me into words. I stood, brushing off my bottom. I'm learning a lot about myself today. I may put too much stock into what others say about me, but I also put stock in how people feel about me. You keep too much to yourself, Kevin. I stepped around them and unlocked the front door. And I need someone who's more open with his feelings and his intentions. That wasn't Kevin. And that had never been the boy at Flat Rock. Chapter 11. Here he comes. Doreen announced Kevin's entrance into Tinsel and Tonic as if he was the President of the United States. Tinsel and Tonic had agreed to host a meet and greet for Kevin during Sunday football, as long as I agreed to buy everyone a round of beer first. That was going to cost me a couple pairs of designer shoes from the consignment store in the new year, but I was heartened by our momentum. People seemed to be getting used to the idea of Kevin as a candidate. Football with Kevin had been Doreen's idea. Lonnie's idea was to set up a debate between Kevin and Harriet Miller, which was scheduled for Wednesday night. Not to be outdone, but also not as creative, Jill had arranged for a tea with the garden club at the country club on Thursday. As for Kevin and I, well, we'd kept our distance this week, being civil but reserved. By staring in the mirror between a bottle of Grey Goose and Gilbey's, I could see Kevin come in. I still couldn't believe I'd turned that gorgeous hunk down. Kevin stopped by our volunteer table and gave each woman a kiss on the cheek. They cooed like nesting doves. I frowned. This wasn't typical Kevin behavior. He was normally aloof. He shed his black leather jacket and sauntered the remaining distance to the bar to greet my mother. Maisie, make Lex a dirty martini. He leaned against the bar in my personal space, facing me, tilting even closer to whisper, I miss you. You see me almost every day. I scanned the list of voters who'd agreed to attend, wondering if they'd all show. About half had come in already. Most wore their tacky holiday sweater, since Doreen had insisted we needed a game other than watching the Titans play. We were announcing the winner at halftime. One lucky attendee was going to receive a mystery prize, a free lunch coupon at Prancer's Pancake House and a handmade scarf by Lonnie. This won the normal 5 feet. We don't talk anymore. Kevin closed my notebook. You came back to town for me. You learned how to golf for me. You stayed for me. And now you're shutting me out. Was that alcohol on his breath? Naughty, Mama sing-songed from behind the bar where she was making me a martini I didn't want and shouldn't have. Not nice. Make that a virgin martini, Mama. I don't make virgin drinks. Mama sniffed. She wore a light blue sweater with a puffy snowman appliqué on the front. This isn't Prancer's pancake house. Don't preach, I said. The only reason you don't work at Prancer's with Lily making virgin hot chocolates is because the tips are better on alcohol and microwaved chicken wings than on bacon and eggs. Truth. Mama slid the martini in front of me. What's this? Kevin had been smiling indulgently through our exchange. In fact, he seemed entirely too relaxed as he plucked the lemon slice from the rim of my glass. Dirty martinis have olives, not lemon slices. She doesn't like olives. Mama moved down the bar to take Skylar Friedman's drink order. You should know that about her. I know now. Gone was the reserved Kevin I'd been campaigning for, the man who only occasionally revealed the mischievous personality that had won me over in our teen years. There was mischief in Kevin's eyes and intent in the set of his mouth. Do I have your permission to date your daughter, Maisie? I gasped. Mama laughed. And Kevin inched closer. I pushed Kevin's chest gently, trying to get him out of my personal space. Have you been drinking? Tom and I pre-gamed. He held up his thumb and forefinger. Poquito. How many poquitos? I assumed by little, he meant shots. I need you to be sharp today. A smart golfer plays to win, no matter if he's drunk or sober. He leaned back into my space, smelling of warm summer nights and tequila. But you aren't a golfer anymore. You're a politician. Except he wasn't. His heart was in golf, not politics. What would he do if he won and he finally realized being mayor wouldn't make him happy? The door opened and Brian stood there, holding the door and talking to someone I couldn't see on the sidewalk. The wind whipped in, chilling my ankles. Your father's wearing a suit. To watch football and make small talk. Even I was in jeans and a red flannel checked shirt. Of course, I had on my Madden hikers. Brian entered with John behind him. My boss is in the building. I pushed the dirty martini away from me and frowned at Kevin. You're not drunk, right? I can hold my liquor. Kevin was still far too close for a platonic relationship. I nudged his shoulder and forced a laugh, as if he'd told a funny joke and I was touching him in appreciation. Go on. You joker. That deception would only work if John wasn't looking directly at me. John was staring straight at us, frowning. He wore a suit, too. I should have worn a suit, I mumbled, straightening my hair. Too little, too late on that windblown hair. Mama clucked her tongue. You didn't use Aquanet. Behave. I stared at Mama, and then at Kevin and repeated, you, too. Behave? Kevin straightened. What's in it for me? An hour of babysitting. Try again. Kevin's dark gaze asked for things I wasn't willing to give. My mind raced. Breakfast at Prancer's. My treat. Rejected. He leaned in to whisper in my ear. Last chance before the suits land. A round of golf, I blurted. And we have a winner. Kevin straightened, and I swear he looked like he'd flipped a switch and turned sober. Before Brian and John reached us, Miss Cross opened the front door and held it, letting the biting wind sweep in once more. The days on the mountain were turning colder and we were supposed to have a very small snowstorm on Christmas Eve. Lex, John said, earning a frown from Kevin, as if only he was allowed to call me that. Brian requested a meeting regarding a debate with Kevin. He stared around the room, taking note of the caliber of folks drinking on my tab, probably wondering why there were so many tacky sweaters. I told him he had to meet with both of us. Except the two men had walked in together. Was I being played? I can meet any time. I sounded far too chipper. That was a cover for me grinding my teeth. I hated being outmaneuvered. Kevin slanted me an odd look. Look, John. I gestured to the half-filled room. We're making progress. I can tell, my boss said in a neutral voice. People don't laugh in my face when I tell them I'm running, Kevin said levelly. Trust me when I say that's an improvement. Keep talking like that and I'll have the election in the bag. Brian turned to John. He has a biting sense of humor. Won't earn him any votes. You could say my humor bites. Kevin shrugged, staring down at me. But some people like it. Mama laid 2 drink napkins on the bar. She smiled at John like he was her free reward for being such a good customer at the Sleigh Cafe. What can I get you gentlemen? The usual. Please. John turned toward the big screen. My boss had a usual drink. I'd thought he'd left last Monday afternoon. Mama had come home from her shift right after 9 and hadn't mentioned John at all. Brian ordered a whiskey on the rocks. And a bowl of Chex Mix, John said cheerfully without turning away from the game. I'd never heard John be cheerful in the 4 years I'd worked with him. My eyes narrowed. I hadn't seen him since he'd crashed my campaign meeting last Monday morning, and Mama had been mum on the topic. Mama winked at my boss. I told you when you left last week that you'd be a regular. I must have begun the wind-up for my Arnold Schwarzenegger groan, because heads turned my way and Kevin tugged me off the bar stool. We're going to work the room, he said. I have talking points. From here on out, I'm going to be honest. From here on out. Didn't Kevin realize he'd just given his father ammunition? Excellent, John said as if he hadn't noticed Kevin's slip. Because he hadn't. He was making goo-goo eyes at my mother. My son's efforts are a lost cause. Brian claimed my seat and turned to John. How about those Seahawks? The Redskins will surprise you, John replied absently. Kevin didn't drag me far from the bar. We stopped at the first table. I did a double take when I saw who was sitting there. Miss Miller. When did you get here? Melba brought me. She pointed to half-deaf retired schoolteacher Melba Cross. I want to hear what Kevin has to say. Harriet's walker stood beside her chair. There was a bag of quilt pieces hanging from the handles. She'd come to the bar and was going to multitask. We're having a debate with you this week, I said, a little desperately. You'll have plenty of time to hear what Kevin has to say. But we heard you were giving prizes. Melba shouted loud enough to turn heads. Both women wore holiday sweaters. Harriet's featured Rudolph and a nose that blinked. Melba's sweater was a shaggy representation of Santa's head. His red stocking cap wrapped around her neck and his beard of fringed white yarn fell nearly to her knees. Kevin pulled out a chair, turned it around, and sat on it, leaning on the chair back. Do you like football, Miss Miller? Her eyes seemed to float in 2 different directions behind her thick glasses. Football is for dummies. I only spend my time on things that matter. The garden club. The library. Quilting. What about golf? Kevin asked, increasingly looking less inebriated. Or the state of the road coming into town. Golf is for snobs. And we can always fix the potholes with our own concrete. Why, in my father's day, you were responsible for your own sidewalk. Why not go back to a simpler time? I think filling potholes with concrete is an excellent idea. Kevin played the chair back like a set of bongos. Did you hear that? Kevin's father said to John. Why would you back him? However, since that's a county road, Kevin added, talking over his father's comments and looking like he hated to disappoint Harriet. It's out of our jurisdiction. Did my client just bait his opponent? And trap her? I wanted to samba around the table. With him. I couldn't help it. I grinned at Kevin as I led him to the next table. That was awesome. I haven't listened to my father for decades without some information sinking in. He leaned down to speak in my ear, smiling the way a mayor should. And in front of my boss, too. I could have kissed him. The next table had a foursome from the country club. Their sweaters were designer and adorable. Becky, Muffin, Maria, and Twyla flipped their blonde hair when Kevin greeted them. They were drinking margaritas on the rocks and were working their way through a tower of onion rings. Where is that adorable little girl of yours? Becky slid me a smile like a dagger in the back. I was the enemy, after all, not belonging to their little club. Kevin snitched an onion ring. She's at home with my mother. Good to know someone loves that little darling. Muffin's pot shot was more direct. Her gray roots were showing at a hairline that was higher than her health standards, seeing as how she wiped the grease from her plate with a breaded piece of onion. I glanced at John, to see if he was listening. He was. I smiled harder. Twyla curled her manicured finger in my direction, drawing me closer like a spider to a fly. How could you be in a bar? You with your drinking problem. My what? My Madden heels felt too high. We heard you just got out of rehab. With her accent, Maria's words sounded so lyrical and innocent. That's why Kevin's people meet in the bar, instead of at the newspaper. I could not win in this town. I gave up and stalked over to the bar. Give me a beer, Mama. A big one. That wasn't nice, Kevin said, suddenly sticking up for me when the last thing I wanted was for him to do so with John here. Lex doesn't have a drinking problem. The closest she's been to rehab is trying to rehabilitate me. Holy smokes. Rule number 1 of campaigning, do not rise to the bait. I scuttled back over to Kevin and guided him toward the next table. Hey, guys. Kevin wants to talk to you about how to make Christmas Mountain a better place. Not now. It's 3rd and inches. Marv Gladstone leaned back and forth like an upside-down pendulum, trying to see the big screen past Kevin's broad shoulders. He'd chosen to wear a holiday sweatshirt rather than a sweater. Sit. I pressed down on Kevin's sturdy shoulders. Have I mentioned before he has very broad shoulders? Why hadn't he been named the sexiest man in golf? I'm not a dog. Kevin sat down anyway. And I was sticking up for you, in case you didn't notice. I thought that's what you wanted. The world closed around me as if I was being wrapped in cellophane and the air squeezed out of me. Kevin was trying to please me. Lex, from Christmas Mountain. Not Lex, political strategist. I didn't know how to navigate the intersection of my personal and professional life. My gut clenched at the doubt, at the loneliness, at the defeat, but it might just as well have been my eggs cringing in collective horror. Pardon, your beer, Mama called. See? Maria smirked at the next table. She's off the wagon. Speak, I said to Kevin, and left him to chug my beer. He's a work in progress, I told John as I sat on a stool. If that's the truth, Brian stood, downing his drink. He's not ready for the honor of being mayor. Kevin half glanced at his father as he walked out. He'd turned his chair around while I wasn't looking, and was watching the game with his feet up. He wouldn't be circulating among the attendees until halftime, at least. Mama hefted a tray of drinks and went to work the tables, more efficient than Kevin in her zone coverage. Sometimes, you gotta know when to fold pardon. Especially when representing your kryptonite. John raised his gin and tonic, clinking it against my beer glass. Your mother is a wise woman. Yes, but, I glared at him, not caring if he was my boss. Just remember that she's my mother. If you hurt her, I let him complete the sentence. Mama's laughter swirled around us like fall leaves tossed in a lively breeze. Are you ready to call this one done? John sipped his drink around a smile that had nothing to do with my campaign performance and everything to do with his personal life. Pfft. Have you seen my competition? I snagged his bowl of Chex Mix. Brian has a stick up his butt. Harriet's in a walker, practically legally blind, and she wants to fill holes in asphalt roads with cement. All the same, John deadpanned. Your candidate is going to lose. I know, I said sadly. Chapter 12. Shades of October Dances. The debate was held in the high school gymnasium. There was no way anyone in the building who was of a certain age wouldn't be thinking of me, Kevin, and inappropriate dance moves. Kevin took one look at my face and said, "We should have held this at the country club." I'm fine. I fiddled with his already perfect tie. Remember, Don't let your dad rile you. Miss Miller had bowed out, citing exhaustion from her demanding campaign. We'd rescheduled their debate, but Brian had stepped in to replace her. Stick to the facts but be charming. Make notes when he goes off the reservation, but be considerate in your attacks. I'm a pit bull with candy corn fangs. He brushed the hair from my eyes. You worry too much. I also hadn't used Aqua Net, which was why my hair required his touch. I only worry too much because you don't worry enough. His gaze turned from amused to sentimental. About your staying. Now isn't the time for small talk. I turned him around and guided him toward the stage. I waited in the wings, wearing a gray pantsuit and black kitten heels, Manolo Blahniks, one on eBay. 2 chairs were on the stage for the candidates set on either side of a stool for the master of ceremonies. John and I had met with Kevin and Brian at the dark and depressing newspaper conference room that morning, and talked through an acceptable list of questions. John had left shortly thereafter for D.C., looking decidedly sleep-deprived. I had no idea where he'd slept Sunday night, only that Mama hadn't come home until the wee hours of Monday morning. Mary Barty from the town council was emceeing the event. She was a grandmother and third-generation feed store owner. The feed store was more like a mercantile now that there were few farmers in the area. When I'd gone inside to ask about hanging a sign for Kevin, they'd had a large display of last-minute gifts, knockoff cologne, Santa candles, Godiva chocolates, next to a display of ammunition. FYI, she'd refused to put a sign up, claiming she wanted to remain neutral. But she was far from neutral when Kevin was on the stage with her. She was starstruck, as if Kevin was a celebrity and she hadn't watched him grow up. They were on the 4th question when she stuttered on his name. KK Kevin. He's single, Mary. Brian held the microphone like an inebriated lounge singer, swaying in his chair. You can ask him out later. There were sporadic chuckles in the crowd, but mostly the reaction seemed a bit subdued. Mary frowned at Brian and then turned to the cuter of the 2 candidates. How do you envision Christmas Mountain 5 years from now? My candidate stood and cleared his throat. I'd like to see more businesses in town. We haven't hosted a golf tournament in a few years and I'd like to bring in a celebrity as a co-host. We've got a world-class golf course and with the right attendees, we could be televised. It was a great idea and Kevin was presenting it perfectly. And what would you call the tournament? Mary asked, stars in her eyes. The Kevin O'Malley Charity Classic. Kevin smiled at the crowd. Oh, no. No. That made Kevin sound conceited. He wants to name it after himself. Brian spoke out of turn, eyes narrowed and teeth bared like it pained him to smile. It probably pained him that Kevin didn't want to name it after Brian. And he wants to bring other celebrities in. You know, celebrities all have drug problems. How will that keep our streets safe? A few people laughed off this question as ridiculous. But some in the audience nodded. Christmas Mountain was a tight-knit community and for the most part was isolated from big city crime. Kevin didn't hesitate in his rebuttal. I'm sure everyone I invite would agree to take a drug screen. His response was, of course, sarcastic, not meant to be taken seriously. Anyone who knew him would recognize that wry tone. But everything a candidate said was taken seriously. I stumbled into the curtain in my haste to give Kevin a high sign. Humility, I mumbled. Virginia sat in the front row with my mother. Roberta played at their feet. Kevin seemed to have lost hold of his patience, perhaps like me during Sunday's football event when I'd been confronted by country club snobs. And we could filter all attendees' social media before they get here, to make sure there aren't any nude selfies. Careful with your language, Brian cautioned with the expression of a supreme being watching a lesser human struggle. I can still remember washing your mouth out with soap. A good memory is an asset in office. There was something wrong with Kevin's delivery. He was smiling as if he was in complete control of the conversation. I thought he'd lost his mind. Not that my brain was performing at peak levels. I couldn't think how to get him off stage. I also remember what you did to that poor girl at the Halloween dance. Brian was in the hateful zone, ignorant or ignoring his wife's horrified expression and the gasps of the audience. And yay. No one liked a bully. What I can't imagine is Lexi Townsend being your child's mother. She's hated you for years. Why, it's more likely that I got Miss Townsend pregnant than you did. I threw up a little in my mouth. Kevin froze. Literally froze. Only his eyes moved. He stared at his mother, who was so pale, she looked like she might faint. I could tell what was going through Kevin's head. I'd told him not to lie anymore. Repeatedly. And here was a big fat whopper, staring him in the face. Without thinking, I stepped into the lights of the stage and said, "Of course, Kevin is the father of my child." And just like when the Seahawks scored a touchdown in the last 10 seconds of the game, the crowd went wild. The moment those words left my lips, I wanted to take them back. Not because I regretted protecting Kevin, but because Mama would demand her grandparental rights to a child who wasn't her kin. If the best way to learn about campaigning was to learn from your mistakes, I was racking up a lot of future epiphanies. "What are you doing?" Kevin came to my side and put his arm around me. "Trust me." And then he said into the microphone, "Lex isn't Bobby's mother. She's not." My mother leapt to her feet. "I am." The crowd went even crazier. Kevin clutched me tighter to his side. I wasn't sure if he did so because he wanted to strangle my mother or because he needed me. I chose the needy answer, and placed my palm over his heart, which caused another ripple of surprise through the crowd. "Let's ride this out. This is nonsense." Brian stood and was trying to settle down the crowd, since Mary seemed completely at a loss. "Let's get serious here." "Yes, let's." A female voice rose above the noise. A willowy blonde pushed her way through the crowd of people at the door. She was classically beautiful. Her hair floated around her head like an angel's. And she was young. Maybe not even as old as I was. "I'm Roberta's mother." "Erica?" I breathed. "Yes." Kevin didn't look surprised. I asked her to come. He'd done this. He'd thrust a dagger into the heart of his own campaign. I dropped my hand from Kevin's chest and stepped aside. Anyone looking would think I was relinquishing possession of my man to the stunning creature working her way up the aisle in her blue Christian Louboutin pumps. Erica stopped at the corner of the aisle and worked up a hesitant, dimpled smile for Roberta. It was a tenuous expression, as if she wasn't sure what kind of reception she'd get. She shouldn't have worried. Roberta gasped and shouted, "Mama." She leapt to her feet and crashed into her mother's leg. Erica swept Roberta into her arms and started to cry. Silent sobs and big fat tears. Kevin stared at the pair, his eyes as liquid as Christmas River. He knew this was the end of his term as daddy. He was doing the right thing by giving Roberta back to her mother. But that didn't mean he could give her up without heartache. And suddenly, I didn't want to relinquish Kevin, not even in theory. I wanted to loop my arm around his waist and hold on tight. Yes, there was pain in our past. But I hadn't stopped caring. I hadn't stopped loving. Meanwhile, he'd taken a gigantic step forward and it was breaking him inside. I wanted to console Kevin, wanted to say I'll give you another blonde-haired beauty with the O'Malley grin. I'd give him anything, if he'd just look at me and reaffirm that he still wanted me in his life. And maybe he would. In a few seconds. Or a few seconds more. "I'm sorry," I said to him, keeping my hands at my side. "I'm losing her," Kevin whispered. I didn't think. His stare swiveled toward his father. Brian didn't look as broken up to see Erica as Kevin did. In fact, his brows were drawn down and he stood with one foot back, as if bracing himself for an attack. And oh, snap. That's because Erica had turned to face the stage. "I don't want anything to do with you." The crowd made sympathetic noises. I had to assume their sympathy was for Kevin, since she of the fantastic shoes hadn't revealed that Brian was her baby daddy. Kevin looked at his father. His father looked at Kevin. Neither one spoke. Mary, the MC, finally realized she had a microphone and lifted it toward her lips. Hold up. I lurched forward and raised my hands, trying to quiet the crowd and control the damage. This is a family matter. We should respect the O'Malleys and let them talk with Roberta's mother in private. The crowd was having none of that. And neither was Roberta's mother. Brian, you human pile of. Keep it clean, Missy, Mary said, voice blaring out of the speakers. She stared in the general direction of Brian, not quite meeting his eyes. We may be small, but we have standards in this town. She sucked in air noisily, as if she had loose dental work. Brian, take your business outside. Mary turned to the crowd. This debate is over. At her announcement, Kevin left my side. And he didn't look back. The morning after the debate, I decided I needed a break from the campaign. Kevin's secret was out. His mother was hurt but not completely surprised. She kicked Brian out and rumor had it he'd left town with the fragile blonde and Roberta. But I'd never put much faith in rumors. Mama counseled me to hide until the Christmas extravaganza on Christmas Day. She was crushed that Roberta truly wasn't my child, while I was proud, yet annoyed, that she tried to claim she was Kevin's baby mama. In a town like Christmas Mountain, there were some people who'd believe her. As for Kevin, he'd ushered his mother out of the gymnasium, glaring at anyone who got in their way. I thought he might have looked back at the doorway, but that was probably just my imagination. He hadn't sent me a text. He hadn't called. And me? With every hour that passed without a word from Kevin, I began to wonder if he'd regretted my involvement and the moral standard I wanted to hold him to. If I hadn't pressed him to be honest, he'd still be happily playing the role of daddy to a wonderful little girl. I didn't think he could forgive me for taking that away from him. I was afraid my heart was breaking. That pain in my chest, that queasy feeling in my stomach, that ache that seemed centered in the marrow of my bones, that all meant I was sick over losing Kevin again. I went to the Sleigh Cafe and bought 2 chocolate frappuccinos, each with a blended shot of espresso, and then headed to Morgan's new place of business, because there is no cure for the glums that doesn't involve chocolate or coffee or girlfriends. Morgan's beauty salon/furniture store was an odd combination because of a mistaken double lease. It had opened yesterday and an artsy sign above the door read, "The CM Salon/Parker's Furniture." Parker, being Dallas Parker, who'd been older than us in school and something of a troublemaker on par with Kevin. The store wasn't open yet, but I knocked on the glass until someone came out front. Thankfully, it was Morgan, because if Dallas had been the only one there, I didn't know what I'd do with the extra frappuccino. "What are you doing here?" Morgan asked, dark circles under her eyes. "Mama heard you had an accident last night." I looked her up and down, and handed her a frappuccino. "You look like hell. My mother heard you made a fool of yourself at the debate last night." She looked me up and down. "You look like Hades as well." Same old Morgan, unable to cuss. "Honestly, a distraction is what I need right now." She disappeared into the back of the store and returned with a muffin. "I only have one and it's gluten-free. I'll wash it down with chocolate frap. Plenty of gluten in that." We sat on the curb, like 2 kids eating ice cream and watching the world go by on a summer day. But it wasn't summer. It was only a few days until Christmas and the curb was bitingly cold. I needed to get to the point. "I'm in trouble, Morgan. Is Kevin going to lose?" She blinked at me as if there was still a remote chance he'd make it. "It doesn't matter." That wasn't the trouble of which I spoke. "Oh, no." She peered at my face. "You have love-struck eyes. Didn't I warn you about Kevin?" It was a sign of our strong friendship that Morgan guessed the reason for my distress. I don't know if I never got over him, or if I fell for him all over again. It was probably both. Morgan bumped my shoulder with hers, gently. "You and I have never had the best of luck with men." That statement called for muffin, not bad for gluten-free, and frappuccino. I can't wait for Christmas Day, I said miserably. I just want to sing and get out of town. I told her a little about Kevin and Roberta. Sheesh. Morgan rubbed her hands on her thighs and then glanced at me. Don't leave me here alone. I'm stuck with my furniture store/beauty shop. You could come with me to DC. I tried to envision the two of us in my cramped below-ground apartment. I have a blow-up mattress for when Mama comes to visit. Morgan stared at me, long and hard. Your place must be really small. Yep. She fluffed her already perfect hair. And you don't date much. Nope. I'll pass. I just came back. I can't leave yet. She slurped the bottom of her frappuccino. And yet, everything is a mess. Her words slowed to a stop, and when they picked up again, she was talking faster. And not just with me. My mother still believes you're that little girl's mother. Nice change of subject. I shook the frozen remains of my drink. I take it that means you don't want to talk about whatever's bothering you. I said I needed a distraction. Morgan lifted her face to catch the morning's rays while shrugging more deeply into her jacket. So, tell me. What's on your mind? It can't be the rumors. Or Kevin being less than forthcoming about his past. I set my drink aside and wrapped my arms around my knees. Even with proof, people will continue to think what they will. It seemed the rumors about me weren't going to end. It was just one more reason to get out of town. I suppose this time around, the rumors have been irritating, but they didn't feel as crushing as they did when I was a kid. You did okay back then, despite those rumors. She gave me the smile of our youth. Commiserative. Supportive. You had the six of us and Miss King, and one of the most supportive mothers in town. But what I really wanted was Kevin, I said in a small voice. I know. She leaned her elbows on her knees, her smile sagging into a frown. And he let you down. Back then anyway. He let me down last night. My throat threatened to close. He didn't tell me he'd asked Erica to show up. I mean, I knew he didn't care about being mayor as much as beating his father out of the job. But he never tells me what's going on until afterward, which leaves me feeling as if he doesn't care for you. Morgan slung an arm across my shoulder. I nodded. I have to quit the campaign this time. I have nothing to say to my boss as a reason for staying. Plus I'd have to come up with some kind of epiphany as to why things didn't work out. You could tell your boss that you love Kevin. And you'd support him in whatever he decided to do. And lose my job. My knees were scrunched into my chest. My elbows locked to their sides. I can't. But you have been supporting him, Morgan said gently. You've been swallowing your pride and helping him for weeks, despite rumors and his half-truths. You're strong and everyone leans on you. But sometimes, what the heart wants is what the heart wants. That sounds like a greeting card. I'm the last one to be giving out love advice, but, Morgan stood and held out a hand, hauling me to my feet. 8 years ago, I thought I was in love with Tom. I got over it. You'll get over Kevin, if that's what you need to do. Just, don't let your life be guided by rumors. You know who you are inside. True. I was a woman in love with a man. It was yet to be seen if he loved me. Morgan's steps became more hurried. You need to make an appointment at my salon. I do. She shouldered the door to the furniture store/beauty parlor open. Yes. It's time we transitioned you back to a blonde. I nodded, understanding what she was saying. I wasn't defined by rumors or the past. I didn't need to hide behind black hair dye anymore. I have time today. Girlfriend. Morgan shook her finger at me. Going from dark to light takes more than one hair appointment. It would help if I could chop off several inches. It takes time. I nodded again. Like getting over love. It takes time, she repeated sagely. Like figuring out if love's worth it or not. On the night of Kevin's debate with Harriet, I entered the high school gym with my head held high, flanked by Ash and Morgan. We were dressed in short skirts, cute sweaters, and high heels. Eat your heart out, men of Christmas Mountain. I hadn't seen Kevin since the night of the first debate. Sad to say, I'd taken Mama's advice and hidden out after I'd sent Kevin a text message saying I was stepping away from his campaign. Yes, I was that much of a wimp that I couldn't give him the news face to face. After sending John a lengthy email summarizing what had happened in the debate on Tuesday, my boss had sent me a brief reply. What did you learn? Besides never representing an old flame. I wasn't in the right mental state to find a meaningful epiphany. Kevin took the stage. He looked like $1,000,000. Way out of my price range. After the introductions, Mary said in a staid voice, our third candidate for mayor, Brian O'Malley, asked that I mention he is still in the race. She frowned at someone in the wings, and then said, we'll start with opening remarks. Harriet, you won the coin toss. Please proceed. Harriet got to her feet unsteadily. Her big glasses caught the light and looked like big white circles on her face. Let's cut to the chase before the feed store closes and Walker Texas Ranger comes on. I waive my right to an opening statement. She sat back down. Doesn't she realize she can record those old shows? Ash whispered from my right. Or buy the DVDs. Morgan whispered from my left. I shushed them. We were sitting a few rows back, blended into the crowd, which was once more standing room only. Not that politics were that fascinating to residents of Christmas Mountain. I'm sure they were hopeful for another installment of O'Malley or Townsend drama. I could show her how to do it, Ash said, ever the fixer. She was worse about helping people than I was. I shushed her again. But, Harriet raised her hand. I ran the schools here for over 30 years. Hang on. She was the secretary. Morgan blinked hazel eyes. What about the principal? Ash craned her neck to look behind us. Is he here? I caught each of their eyes in turn and made a cutting gesture across my throat. I think I can run this town. Harriet's voice was thick. She cleared her throat. I'm sure you could, Kevin said gracefully. He stood tall at the podium, smiling the way I'd coached him, not too much, not too little, and looking like the next John F. Kennedy. He had a knack for this. He doesn't need me. He never had. The thought froze my breath in my throat. Kevin was going to win this election, and then one of the higher-ups at D-Band Day would see how awesome he was and how much potential he had. He'd get assigned someone else with more seniority and they'd take him to the Senate, maybe the big White House. And they'd take him from Christmas Mountain, a town that needed him more than I did. Who was I, but a cubicle slave, living on spam and writing speeches no one cared about? And since I'd been back, I'd realized how much I like spam and Kevin. I could get my own can of spam, but Kevin would never be mine. Are you okay? Morgan whispered, taking my hand. I wasn't. I blinked back tears. But I couldn't seem to take my watery gaze off Kevin, as if this was the last time I'd see him. I'd stay through the extravaganza and I'd sing with the rest of our reunited choir, but I wouldn't talk to him again. But do you know what this town needs? Kevin directed his question to the audience. Jobs, someone offered. Tourists. A reason for being. That's right. Kevin pointed at the last guesser. It was Marv. Why would anyone come here? We've got a sweet myth about a bench beneath a waterfall. But what else do we have? That does it, someone muttered. He's so negative. I'm not voting for him. We have each other, Kevin said into the microphone, staring at me. We have small-town family traditions and a tight-knit community where most people know each other. We have a place where kids grow up knowing the bricks that built the school will be there for their grandchildren. We might say or do something that hurts someone's feelings, but we apologize and forgive, and move on. Why? Yes, why? Harriet demanded. I'm all hearing aids. Because in the end, people in Christmas Mountain do the right thing for each other. Whether it's sharing cookies and hot chocolate while we decorate a tree in the town square, or it's volunteering time to make repairs to a community center. Which I'd heard from Ms. King he'd done the past 2 days. I wished that had been my idea. Kevin was still talking. Or maybe it's donating a few dollars to help one of our own get the medical care she needs. People don't have that in big cities. Dang, he's right, Ash said. I heard he started a fund for Ms. King's medical care. They don't have that kind of heart in New York City, Kevin continued, sounding as earnest as Pastor Marble on Sunday morning. They don't have that in Washington, D.C. I felt sick to my stomach. I shouldn't have eaten Mama's spam and cornbread for dinner. I wished Kevin was mine. I wished it more than was proper. Ms. King wouldn't approve. There were tears in my eyes. Without thinking, I raised my hand. What about trust? What about honesty? What about correcting wrong impressions? Like defending a friend when a rumor comes out. Kevin's smile turned half-wicked. Like correcting someone when they say nothing ever happens in our sleepy little town. I nodded. I'm gonna miss Walker Texas Ranger, Harriet grumbled, slouching in her seat, glasses catching the light again. The truth is, Kevin looked around the gymnasium at the people we'd grown up with, at people who made up the fabric of Christmas Mountain, at me. Everything happens here. People fall in love down by the river. They ride the rocky road of relationships across town and up the mountain and down to Bozeman. They talk about it at Prancer's Pancake House and the Sleigh Cafe. And in the end, they work things out enough to commit with an ornament placed on the tree above the kissing bench. Love happens here. He paused to catch his breath. I think I'm gonna cry. Morgan sniffed. She always used to cry at sappy commercials. And yes, maybe big careers don't happen here. World peace has no beginning here. But we can change the world. With love for each other, and our children. Kevin came down the stage stairs and walked over to where we were sitting, still holding the microphone. Chairs creaked as attendees tried to see what he was doing. He reached our row. Excuse me, Kevin said to Ash, helping her to her feet and guiding her into the aisle. And then he stared down at me, his glance flicking to my patriotic red pumps. Nice shoes. Thanks, I choked out past tear-clogged airways. I bought them at the D.C. Goodwill store. If Kevin was coming clean, I wasn't going to lie about where I got my shoes. You're smart with your money, and with your heart. His words came to me before they broadcast through the speakers, making it seem like an echo in my ears, my chest, my heart. I can't imagine the strength it took to hold your head up after I left you here to deal with the fallout from my rash actions. I'm sorry I put you through that. You and I have never slept together. We've never had a child together. We hadn't seen each other in 12 years until you came back to town on Thanksgiving Day. He was apologizing. Publicly. I'd never thought this day would come. I had to grip the chair seat to keep from falling to the floor. But that doesn't mean I didn't think about you every day. Kevin handed me something small and round. This past week, I've been trying to correct all the wrongs in my life so I could be worthy of you. It was a golden ball, an ornament. Someone had written in silver sparkle pen on the smooth surface, Kevin loves Lexi. An ornament. He'd just talked about couples committing to each other with an ornament placed on the tree at Christmas Mountain. Air felt too thick to suck into my lungs. The floor pitched toward my face and swayed beneath my chair. And then Kevin dropped to the floor on one knee and took my hand. A murmur rose in the crowd. Chairs groaned. People came to their feet. 2 of my closest friends gasped. I love you, Lexi Townsend. Kevin was grinning in that wicked way of his. I love that you're smarter than me. I love that you're wiser than me. And I love that you learned to play golf because of me. I used to think no one would ever vote for Kevin if he smiled that way, but it was infectious, that smile, especially when paired with the phrase, I love you, Lexi Townsend. I think I've loved you since the moment you told me you'd only be kissing me in my dreams. He was still holding the microphone, still broadcasting this moment to a packed gym. My smile has always been my get-out-of-jail-free card. But you came along, and put a null and void stamp across it. I can't fool you, not even with my silences. And whether I call you Lexi, or Lex, or LT, or light of my life, I can't imagine a life spent without you. I love you, Lexi Townsend. I'm saying it in front of God and all of Christmas Mountain. He was protecting me. A tear tracked down my cheek. Kevin wiped my tear away. But what about Roberta? I hiccuped. You lost her because of me. I would have lost her anyway, darling. You were right all along. His grin turned positively awe-inspiring. I will never fault you for trying to make me be a better man. Please do me the honor of becoming my wife. Morgan might have fainted on my shoulder. Yes, I whispered. What did she say? Someone asked. Yes. I said louder. Thank heavens. Harriet set her walker in slow motion on the stage. Enough of this mushy stuff. I'm going home to watch Chuck Norris kick some butt. Merry Christmas, people, and vote for whoever you want. Epilogue. Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas was playing on Mama's stereo. Merry. Kevin mashed potatoes while the turkey rested before carving. He was in his standard uniform of tan khakis and a polo shirt. This one a deep red that made his eyes look more brown than black. No, wearing a white lace tunic, blue jeans and tuxedo flats, Michael Kors, outlet store, I stirred the gravy with a whisk and kept my eye on the timer. I had rolls in the oven and didn't want them to burn. Mama's pumpkin pie sat on the counter, ready to put in the oven when the rolls came out. The table was set for 6 with Mama's best china. Candles were lit on the mantel. A fire was in the hearth. And a bottle of red wine was breathing on the buffet table. The front door opened. Mama's laughter filled the air. Gloria Noel. Kevin whispered. No, I grabbed the white tea towel from the oven handle and swatted him with it. Lily, I swear, these sweet potatoes smell like candy. Mama danced into the kitchen, carrying a glass casserole dish. Despite the wind outside, her shoulder-length blonde hair was perfect. All diners are now present and accounted for. Kevin took the dish from Mama and set it on the back of the stove. He brushed a kiss across my forehead and said oh so softly, Angelica Grace. I shook my head, mindful of Mama's prying ears. She had an opinion on everything, and this decision had to be made by Kevin and me. Need any help? Lily poked her head in the kitchen, leaning on the doorframe. Her bright green acrylic nails were adorned with white snowmen. Oops. Newlyweds cooking in the kitchen. Pour the wine. I was twanging and I didn't care. I was Kevin's wife. I was home for Christmas. 5 glasses, Mama sing-songed, dancing her friend out to the dining room. Can I do anything? Kevin's mother stood hesitantly in the doorway. Mama had picked up the recent divorcee so she could enjoy a glass or 2 of wine with Christmas dinner. Virginia would probably always look fragile to me, but she'd come through her divorce stronger than ever. I hate that Moira has to work over Christmas. We miss her, too. I took the gravy off the stove and greeted my mother-in-law with a one-armed hug. We've got this covered. Go enjoy your friends, Mom, Kevin said, hugging the both of us. He gave me his melted chocolate smile. Valentina? Definitely no. I hurried to the counter to fill the gravy boat. I see you waited for me to carve the turkey for you. John slipped past the 3 of us and washed his hands in the sink. He moved to the turkey and picked up the electric carving knife. You do remember I'm your boss, right, Lex? Carving the turkey. Leading the family in grace. What are you going to ask me to do next? Dad. I pretended to be horrified. He'd married Mama in August in a large ceremony with a reception at the restored Christmas Mountain Community Center. They split their time between D.C. and Montana. This was our first trip back to Christmas Mountain since their marriage. I poured the gravy into the gravy boat. I'm going to ask you to babysit on weekends while I work the Harrington special election in Virginia. I'd become Banda's small town, first-timer candidate specialist. John had even agreed to let me telecommute from Charleston, where Kevin and I lived. And now I'm your Manny. John TSKD, and began carving. Where is that no-good husband of yours going to be? There's a tournament in Dubai. Kevin transferred the mashed potatoes to a bowl, bending to whisper in my ear. Winifred? No, but thank you for playing. I softened the rejection with a quick kiss before taking the rolls out of the oven. Harriet Miller had won the election last January, defying odds and reason. I'd thought Kevin would win the sentimental vote because he'd publicly proposed. Lesson learned. Christmas Mountain residents either couldn't get over Kevin's role in hiding Roberta's parentage or the way he'd treated me in high school. He'd gone back on the circuit and had qualified for the PGA Tour this year. He was golfing better than ever. We'd bought a large house with a small cottage in back where Erica lived with Roberta. And Brian? He'd lost his town council seat in November and had moved to Memphis. I didn't keep track of him at all. Christmas, Virginia said. The start of a new year is upon us. She patted the swell of my belly and the child we were waiting for. And soon it'll be Valentine's Day. My due date. Stephanie Eugenia. Kevin wasn't going to give up tossing baby names at me until I agreed to something. But really, his suggestions had all been hideous. I opened my mouth to reject his latest proposal, and then stopped. There was something about the name that seemed to fit both of our criteria, me and my southernness. Yes, I was embracing it, and him and his need to nickname. Yes, I was embracing that, too. Yes. Kevin came to stand behind me, wrapping his arms around me and what was becoming a very big belly. Hello, Steffi. I have a set of golf clubs waiting for you. I turned in his arms. What did we say about forcing sports on her? She doesn't have to play golf. Kevin tried to look innocent but failed miserably. I bought Steffi a baseball bat and a hockey stick, too. What about knitting needles? That child needs to learn a southern skill. Mama walked into the kitchen carrying a wine glass. Sorry you can't share a glass, Puddin. She stood next to John, waiting for him to stop carving and give her a kiss. I could never drink on Christmas anyway. I carried the gravy boat to the dining room and then fingered the red and green friendship bracelet on my wrist. I have to sing in the Christmas extravaganza tonight. That was probably the best part about Christmas, taking the stage and singing with my friends in honor of Miss King. That, and with the man I called husband in the audience. It was like I'd told John last April before he walked me down the aisle at the country club, putting a stop to my wedding, with 6 bridesmaids, until I told him what I'd learned from Kevin's candidacy. You know why I've been holding out. I'd stomped my foot a little in my glittery pumps, Jimmy Choo's. Last year's release had been marked down. I'd avoided telling him for months. I want to know your intentions toward Mama. I love your mother, John had said, not at all stuffy or intimidating. He brushed a stray strand of hair behind my ear. I'm going to ask her to marry me tonight when we get home. I'd almost cried. Right there. As the wedding march was playing. People can forgive you on a personal level, I told John, feeling like political strategist Barbie in my princess ball gown with my cropped blonde hair in a sophisticated sweep, all black ends chopped off. But they don't often forgive you as a candidate. That was when John told me I could call him Dad in a gruff voice brimming with pride. Come on. I settled into a seat across from Lily. Let's eat. I have places to be. An out-of-sync chorus of voices from the kitchen told me to be patient. Some things never change.